Three Girls from School. Chapter 1. Letters. Priscilla Weir, Mabel Lushington, and Annie Brooke were all seated huddled up close together on the same low windowsill. The day was a glorious one in the beginning of July. The window behind the girls was open, and the softest of summer breezes came in and touched their young heads, playing with the tumbled locks of hair at different shades, varying from copper color to dark, and then to brightest gold. Priscilla was the owner of the dark hair, Mabel possessed the copper color, Annie Brooke the gold. All three girls looked much about the same age, which might have been anything from 16 to 18. Priscilla was perhaps slightly the youngest of the trio. She had dark gray, thoughtful eyes, her face was pale, her mouth firm and resolved. It was a sad mouth for so young a girl, but was also capable of much sweetness. Mabel Lushington was made on a big scale. She was already well developed, and the copper in her lovely hair was accompanied by a complexion of peach-like bloom, by coral lips and red-brown eyes. Those lips of hers were, as a rule, full of laughter. People said of Mabel that she was always either laughing or smiling. She was very much liked in the school, for she was at once good-natured and rich. Annie Brooke was small. She was the sort of girl who would be described as petite. Her hair was bright and pretty. She had beautiful hands and feet, and light blue eyes. But she was by no means so striking-looking as Mabel Lushington, or so thoughtful and intellectual as Priscilla Weir. The post had just come in, and two of the girls had received letters. Priscilla read hers, turned a little paler than her wont, slipped it into her pocket, and sat very still. Mabel, on the contrary, held her unopened letter in her lap, and eagerly began to question Priscilla. "Whom have you heard from? What is the matter with you? Why don't you divulge the contents?" "Yes, Priscilla, please," said Annie Brooke, who was the soul of curiosity. "You know, Priscilla, you never could have secrets from your best friends." "I have got to leave school," said Priscilla. "There is nothing more to be said. My uncle has written, he has made up his mind, he says I am to learn farming." "Farming!" cried the other two. "You, a girl!" "Oh, dairy work," said Priscilla, "and the managing of a farmhouse generally. If I don't succeed within 6 months he will apprentice me, he says, to a dressmaker." "Oh, poor Priscilla! But you are a lady. Uncle Josiah doesn't mind." "What an old horror he must be," said Annie Brooke. "Yes, don't let us talk about it." Priscilla jumped up, walked across the room, and took a book from its place on the shelf. As she did so she turned and faced her two companions. The room in which the three found themselves was one of the most beautiful of the many beautiful rooms at Mrs. Littleton's school. The house was always called the schoolhouse, and the girls, when asked where they were educated, replied with a certain modest pomposity, "At Mrs. Littleton's school." Those who had been there knew the value of the announcement, for no school in the whole of England produced such girls, so well bred, so thoroughly educated, so truly taught those things which make for honor, for purity, for a life of good report. Mrs. Littleton had a secret known but to a few, how to develop the very best in each girl brought under her influence. She knew how to give liberty with all essential restraints, and how to cultivate ambition without making the said ambition too worldly minded. She was adored by all the girls, and there were very few who did not shed tears when the time came for them to leave the schoolhouse. The said schoolhouse was situated in the most lovely part of Middlesex, not very far from Hendon. It was quite in the country, and commanded a splendid view. The house was old, with many gables, quaint old windows, long passages, and innumerable rooms. Each girl over 15 had a bedroom to herself in Mrs. Littleton's school, and each girl over 15 who deserved the privilege was accorded the entree to the older girls' sitting room. Into this room no teacher was allowed to enter without permission. The room as completely belonged to the girls as though there were no teachers in the school. Here they could give entertainments, here they could conduct debates, here they could lounge and read and chatter and enjoy themselves to their heart's delight. The room wanted for no lack of dainty furnishing. There were cozy nooks in more than one corner, there were easy chairs galore, and from the low, old-fashioned windows could be seen the most perfect view of the outside world. Priscilla Weir now turned to look at this view. She had a passionate love for all beautiful things. There was a dimness before her eyes. From the view she glanced at Mabel Lushington, then she looked at Annie Brooke. Both girls sympathized with her, and yet, not in the way she wanted. She turned abruptly and left the room. When the door closed behind her Mabel immediately rose, and as she did so the unopened letter tumbled from her lap. Annie Brooke took it up and handed it to her. "How upset she is," said Annie. "Oh yes," replied Mabel, "but I only wish I were in her shoes." Oh, I know, of course, Annie, it is jolly here, and Mrs. Littleton is a darling, but I want to get into the big world. I shall be 18 in a month, and it seems absurd to keep any girl at school after that age. Aunt Henrietta is in Paris, too, and is going, I believe, to one of the German spas by and by for gout treatment. Aunt Henrietta spends the entire year in a round of gaieties. I'd just give the world to join her. And why don't you? Asked Annie. A great many girls leave school at 18. She seems determined that I shall stay on for at least another year. It is quite nonsense. She seems to think I am not clever enough to leave school. Well, you are not specially brilliant, are you, dear Lushy? Asked Annie in that soft little voice of hers, which could nevertheless be intensely aggravating. Now, for instance, prize day is close at hand, the day after tomorrow, no less, and what prize is the fair Mabel likely to carry off? I don't care tuppence for prizes, was Mabel's reply, and I don't specially want to be clever, if I can be beautiful. You think I am beautiful, don't you, Annie? Oh, my dear, of course there is no denying that, said Annie. She looked up with admiration at her friend, and Mabel at that moment, with an added color in her cheeks and displaying all the charm of her lovely figure, seemed to justify the remark. Why don't you read your letter? Said Annie. Oh, it is only from Aunt Henrietta, and she does worry me so by the sort of lecturing tone she has taken up of late. She is a dear, good old thing, not so very old, either, at least she doesn't think so, but when I know how she fritters her time and just lives for pleasure, and pleasure only, it is aggravating to be told that I must be earnest and embrace my opportunities, and endeavor to become really well informed, and that, of course, I must on no account hurry from school, for school time is the best time, and all that sort of nonsense. You understand, don't you, Annie? Yes, said Annie in a low voice, and with a sigh, I quite understand. I have had a great deal of that myself. Uncle Horace lectures me awfully. I hate being lectured, don't you? Loathe and detest it, said Mabel. My plan, said Annie, is to shut my ears, then the lectures don't seem to matter much. Do you know how to manage that? I am sure I don't, said Mabel. Being possessed of good hearing, I have to listen to words when they are addressed to me, however annoying they may happen to be. Oh, well, said Annie, it is quite easy to cultivate the art of shutting your ears. It is done in this way. The very moment the lecturer begins, you fix your mind, instantly, on that thing that captivates you most, your next new dress, for instance, or your future lover, or something else all-absorbing. It is possible to do this and to keep your mind absolutely abstracted, fixed on your own delicious thoughts, and yet your eyes may be directed to the face of the lecturer. You try it next time, Mabel. The very next time your Aunt Henrietta begins to talk to you of the advantages of school, you think of, oh, that exalted, that exquisite time when he proposes. You won't hear a word of the rasping talk then, not a word, I do assure you. Mabel laughed. What a goose you are, Annie, she said, but really, I suppose it is a good plan. Once I overdid it, said Annie. Uncle Horace was talking on, oh, so gently. He was looking a little sad, too, and I knew I should have to make my subject very absorbing not to take in his words. So I had my hero down on his knees, and his hand was clasping mine, and he was talking, oh, most eloquently. I really forgot that Uncle Horace was by, and I burst out, I can't marry you quite yet, Clement. I thought Uncle Horace would have a fit. He was convinced for the remainder of that day that I had been for a short time touched by lunacy. I explained to him as best I could that I was only reciting something I had learned at school, but of course he didn't believe me. He never understood you, that is one comfort, laughed Mabel. No, my dear, he didn't. But to this day I do believe he is looking out everywhere for my imaginary Clement. He is convinced that I shall run away with him some day. Mabel was silent for a minute. Then she said, You are too comical, Annie. It is well to have your powers of imagination, but the worst of it is that in my case I get the lectures by letter. Oh, it's enough to sicken one. Well, read your letter, said Annie. Mabel sank into the nearest chair, and languidly tearing open the thin envelope of her aunt's letter, unfolded the sheets and began to read. Annie's first impulse was to rise and leave the room. She had her own interests to see after, and Mabel would be lost to external things for a bit. But a sudden exclamation from her companion caused her to change her mind. Mabel uttered something between a groan and a laugh, and then, tossing her aunt's voluminous sheets across to Annie, said, Read that letter, and just tell me if Aunt Henrietta isn't quite enough to drive anybody mad. May I read it all? asked Annie, who adored confidences, and whose principal power in the school lay in the fact that she was more or less in everybody's secret. Yes, yes, read it aloud. I declare I have hardly taken it in, I am so bewildered at Aunt Henrietta's point of view. Annie accordingly picked up the sheets, put them in order, and proceeded to read the following words. Grand Hotel, Paris, July 10th. My dear Mabel, your last extraordinary letter and your unladylike, and frantic desire to leave such a desirable place as Mrs. Littleton's school have affected me a great deal. You speak with great intemperance, my dear, and annoy me much. You seem to forget that my one sole object in treating you as I do is for your good. But really, after your last letter, I do not think school can be doing you much good, and provided you will subject yourself to a test which I am about to set you, I will yield to your request. I may as well tell you first of all that I strongly disapprove of girls coming out too young. It is quite true that many girls do enter upon life and go into society at 18 years of age, but, to begin, my dear Mabel, you are hardly that age yet, and, to go I personally consider 18 too young. At 19 you are steadier, older, more formed. During that last precious 12 months between 18 and 19 you are capable of learning more than you have done in all your life previously. During those months you are becoming fitted for your future position. Doesn't she lecture? Said Mabel. Didn't I tell you so? Do go on quickly, please, Annie. Skip that part, I want you to come to the test. I don't mean to skip a single word, said Annie. Well, be quick, groaned Mabel. Annie proceeded, her level voice, which neither rose nor fell, but kept on in a sort of even monotone, reaching Mabel's ears, who was far too interested to allow her thoughts to wander. My dear, continued Aunt Henrietta, on receiving your last letter I wrote to Mrs. Littleton. I could not reply to your letter until I had first heard from your excellent governess. I was pleased to find that on the whole she gave me an admirable report of you. She says that she considers you a promising pupil, not especially brilliant, but plodding and conscientious. Plodding and conscientious, said Mabel. Oh, the horrid epithets. Keep quiet, Mabel, said Annie. These are the sort of remarks that are likely to impress your Aunt Henrietta. Are they? Said Mabel. Then in that case I suppose I must endure them. Well, said Annie, let me proceed. Mrs. Littleton is pleased with you, my dear. She says your music is up to the average, your drawing not bad. Not bad, indeed, burst from Mabel. I have a genius for black and white. Mrs. Littleton evidently does not see it, Mabel. But stop talking, and let me go on. Your English education, dear Mabel, is, however, your weak point. Mrs. Littleton considers that you have no love for the good things of literature or history. This she much deplores. She mentions in her letter that she thinks more of the literature prize than any other prize the school offers, and wishes most heartily that you should obtain it. Now, my dear Mabel, I make you a proposal. Win the first prize for literature on the coming prize day, and I will take you from school. You shall join me in Paris, and, in short, may consider yourself an emancipated young lady. If, on the other hand, you do not win the prize, you must patiently submit to another year of education, at the end of which time you shall again hear from me. Now, no more grumbles, my dear. Win the prize, and you are free. Lose it, and you remain for another year at school. There, said Mabel, isn't it like her? Did you ever in all your life hear of anything more aggravating? She dangles liberty before my eyes, and shows me at the same time that I can as little hope to obtain it as to fly. I obtain the literature prize. Oh Annie, Annie, isn't it enough to make one mad? I don't see, said Annie very gravely, why you have not a chance of the prize. You have written your essay, haven't you? Oh yes, I have written something. Of course, said Annie in a low, thoughtful tone, you were not likely to be keenly interested until you received this letter, but now matters are very different. You haven't sent in your essay, have you? No, all the essay. Go in after breakfast tomorrow. Well, said Annie, you have got tonight. It is hopeless, quite hopeless, said Mabel, and she began to pace up and down the room. I don't consider it so for a minute, said Annie. If it were not for Priscilla there would be a chance. The only one of us who is really clever at composition is Priscilla. She is the one you have to fear. I believe that with a great deal of pains, and perhaps just a little help from me, you could manage to do something quite excellent. I can't, said Mabel. There is no good trying. Annie's eyes were very bright, and there had come vivid spots of color into her cheeks. You have got tonight, she said suddenly, and you must not lose the chance. Oh, it is useless, said Mabel. Leave it to me, remarked Annie. I will come to your room after you go to bed tonight, I will tap twice on the wall, and you will know it is I am so sorry for you, Mabel, it is really too bad of your Aunt Henrietta. It is just like her, said the angry Mabel. She knew I could not possibly win the prize, and so she set me this test. Now, when I have to write to her meekly and say, dear, kind auntie, your Mabel came out worst of all the girls who tried for the literature prize, she will write again and say, who was right, Mabel, you or I? Oh, I would give all the world to prove her wrong. I quite understand, said Annie, I'd feel precisely the same if it were Uncle Horace, but then, with all his faults, Uncle Horace would not set me an impossible task. How queer is the world, you pine to leave school, and Priscilla we would give her eyes to stay. Yet poor Priscilla, who is almost a genius, has to go, and you, who are not a bit of a genius, and will never appreciate the learning that is given at the school, will have to stay. Yes, things are most horribly contrary, said Mabel. Unless I can set them right, thought Annie to herself. There was an expression on her face which Mabel could not fathom when she suddenly ran up to her, kissed her, and said, leave it to me. Chapter 2. The Temptation. Priscilla, when she left the girls' special sitting room, went out into the grounds. She saw a group of her young companions standing on the lawn. She was, on the whole, a favorite in the school, particularly with the younger girls, for she was gentle and good-natured, often helping them with their studies and sympathizing with their small sorrows. But now she avoided her companions, and going to a shrubbery at one side of the grounds, paced up and down a shady walk. Priscilla was very ambitious, and the letter she had received was the end of everything. She was an only child. Her father was in India, her mother dead. She was left under the care of an uncle, her mother's brother, a rough, fairly good-natured but utterly unsympathetic person. Priscilla's father was a clerk, with only a very small salary, in one of the government houses at Madras. He could do little more than support himself, and Priscilla was therefore left to the care of Uncle Josiah. It was he who paid for her schooling, who received her during the holidays, who gave her what clothes she possessed, in short, who supplied what he considered her every want. Occasionally she heard from her father, but by this time he had married again, had 1 or 2 little children, and found it more than ever impossible to do anything for Priscilla. When he wrote he urged her to make the most of her education, for when she was really properly educated she could support herself as a governess, or a coach, or a mistress at one of the high schools. Priscilla was full of ambition, and the letter which she had just received seemed at that moment like her death blow. What am I to do? She thought. When I am with Uncle Josiah, he and Aunt Susan will make me nothing whatever but a household drudge. Does not his letter, his horrid letter, say so? She took it out of her pocket and read the contents. You have had sufficient money spent on your schooling. You will be 18 your next birthday, and surely by then you can earn your living. I don't want you to take a post as teacher, for by all accounts teachers are badly paid. You can stay with us for 6 months and learn dairy work under your aunt, and how to manage a household. There will be plenty for a hearty lass to do in looking after the little ones and attending to the linen, and helping your aunt, whenever you have an odd minute, at making the children's clothes. If you don't turn out a success, and your Aunt Susan will tell you that pretty smart, I will apprentice you to Miss Johnson in the village, where you can learn dressmaking, a 50 times better thing, in my opinion, than teaching. We will expect you this day fortnight, and I will come to the station in the spring cart to meet you, your affectionate uncle, Josiah Henderson. Priscilla crushed up the letter, flung it from her, and stamped on it. She was employed in this way when a voice behind caused her to turn her head, and she saw Annie Brooke running to meet her. Oh Prisky, whatever is the matter? What are you killing? You are stamping your foot with all your might. What poor creature has been silly enough to offend you? It is this poor creature, said Priscilla. She lifted the mangled letter and held it between her finger and thumb. It is this horror, she said. I am nearly mad. If you had a future like mine hanging over you, you would be off your head too. Oh, poor Prisky, said Annie. I do sympathize, I do really. Your uncle must be a dreadful man. Why, of course you must not leave school, you are cleverer than all the rest of us put together. Mrs. Littleton thinks no end of you. She is prouder of you than of any other pupil she possesses. Of course you must not go. It is very kind of you to be so sympathetic, Annie, replied Priscilla. Person who pays for my schooling is Uncle Josiah. He has paid for it ever since father went back to India, and he doesn't mean to pay any more. He says so in this letter. He says I am to go back to help Aunt Susan, and if I fail in pleasing her I am to be apprenticed to a country dressmaker. He considers either occupation preferable to that of a teacher. So here I am, Annie, and no one can alter the state of things. But you would give anything in the world to stay, notwithstanding your uncle's letter. Anything, cried Priscilla. I said just now what is true, that I would give 10 years of my life. I would be 28 instead of just 18, and you know what that means, all one's youth gone. You must be desperately in earnest, said Annie, if you mean that, for of course to be 28 means to be quite an old maid. I do pity you, poor Priscilla. Priscilla did not reply. She walked on a little faster. She wanted Annie to leave her, but instead of doing this, Annie Brooks slipped her hand through Priscilla's arm. Have you written your prize essay yet? She said. Priscilla brought herself back to the subject of the essay with an effort. Oh yes, she replied, I finished it last night. I suppose it is very good, said Annie. I thought it was at the time, answered Priscilla, but where is the use of worrying about it? Uncle Josiah wouldn't think a scrap more about me if I wrote the finest prize essay in the world. On the contrary, he would be more disgusted than pleased. If I had received this letter a week ago I should not have bothered about the essay. I don't even know now that I shall compete. I wonder, said Annie. What is the matter with you, Annie? I have a thought in my head, Prisky, such a funny thought. You know Mabel Lushington. Why, of course. She is just as angry as you are. You remember you both got letters at the same time. You read yours and told us about it. Then you left the room. Afterwards she read hers. What do you think her letter was about? I am afraid I neither know nor care, replied Priscilla. That is very selfish of you, for you ought to care. Well, I will tell you. She has got to stay at school, whether she likes it or not. Lucky, lucky girl, said Priscilla. But that is just the point, you old silly. She doesn't consider herself at all lucky. She hates and detests school, and wants to go. She would give all the world to go. And can't she? No, at least there is scarcely a chance. Her aunt has subjected her to a ridiculous test. She says that if by any chance Mabel wins the first prize in the literature competition she may leave school and join her in Paris. If she does not win it, she has to stay here for another year. Mabel is nearly mad, for of course she has not a chance of the prize. Not a chance, said Priscilla. But you don't care about winning it, and you are the one who is sure to do so. I don't greatly care, said Priscilla. Of course, I would rather win than not win, that is about all. Suppose, said Annie, I am not saying it could be done, and I am not saying it is right. I am not pretending to any conscience in the matter. But, suppose, you and Mabel changed essays, and, suppose you had your dearest wish, and Mabel her dearest wish, you stayed at school for another year and Mabel went to Paris to join her aunt. Now, just suppose. Chapter 3. To catch at a straw. Priscilla's eyes, large, dark, grey, and full of feeling, opened to their widest extent as she turned them now and fixed them on her companion. What do you mean? She said. Do you know that you are a horrible girl to propose anything of this sort? How dare you? I don't want to speak to you again. Very well, Priscilla, replied Annie, by no means offended, and speaking in a gentle, meek little voice. I have heard of worse things being done before, and I only meant to help you both. You are both my greatest friends. One of you wants to stay at school, the other wants to leave school. It can be done by such a very simple matter as changing your essays. It is horrible, quite too horrible even to think about, was Priscilla's response. But you said you didn't care about the prize. No, but I do care about honor. I am bad, but I am not as bad as all that. Well, said Annie, a little frightened at Priscilla's manner and the look on her face, the whole thing can do me no good, I don't profit by it. I have got to stay at school, nolens volens, and I think I should prefer Mabel as my greatest friend for the next 12 months to you. You won't say anything about it, Prisky, for that would indeed be to ruin me, and I only meant to make you both happy. Oh, of course I won't tell, said Priscilla. I shall be leaving school in a fortnight, and then you won't ever see me again. I can promise you to keep quiet with regard to this proposal of yours for that time. Very well, said Annie, then that is all right. I will tell poor Mabel. You don't mean that you have suggested the thing to her? Not exactly, but I have hinted at it. I mean at something, and she is very much interested. I'll have to tell her that my little scheme is up a tree. Poor old Mabel. She is such a dear, too. We shall be glad to keep her at school. Really, Annie, you are too extraordinary. Have you written a paper for the literature prize yourself? Oh yes. But I have no imagination, not a bit. The subject is idealism, such an odious, impossible subject, but it has appealed to you. It did appeal to me very strongly. I loved to write about it. I can fancy you at it. You are just full of imagination. It is my dearest possession, said Priscilla. A new look came into her eyes. She turned her fine face and looked at her companion. And when I leave school, she added, I shall take it with me. Even when I am working in the dairy and mending the children's socks, I shall still rejoice in it. I am glad you reminded me of it, very glad. Well, I wish you joy of your future life. I would have helped you, but you won't be helped. You don't suppose, said Priscilla suddenly, that I don't just long to catch at any straw. You don't suppose that I am not tempted. But even if I were to consider your base proposal for a single minute, what good on earth would it do me? The reason I am leaving school is because Uncle Josiah will not pay for my schooling. He certainly won't pay for it any more because I have not won the literature prize. But if I can positively promise you, and I am almost sure it can be done, that your schooling will be paid in another way, what then? Annie, you cannot make me that promise. Say nothing more about it. Oh, well, if you won't talk of it, it can't be helped. I am going to Mabel now. Annie, I suppose you mean kindly, and I suppose I ought to feel that you do, but you don't understand. It is a case of noblesse oblige with me. If I did stoop to what you suggest, I should never have a happy hour again. Very well, said Annie. I am glad I have not such a troublesome conscience. As she spoke, she skipped away from her companion and joined the other girls on the lawn. Two little girls of about 11 and 12 years of age ran up to her. Their names were Flora and Violet Frere. What are you looking so solemn about, Annie? Asked Violet. Oh, I am worried. Poor old Prisky has got to leave school. Isn't it an awful shame? Violet gave a sort of howl. I can't live without Prisky. I don't believe it for a single minute. Where is she? She is walking up and down in the shrubbery. I tell you what it is, Vi. You have great influence with her. You and Flora both go to her now, and put your arms about her, and pet her a lot, and tell her that she simply must not go, that she must stay with you whatever happens. Come, Flora, said Violet. Thank you, Annie, for telling us. We'll certainly go and make dear Prisky stay. Yes, said Flora. I wouldn't stay at school myself if Prisky were to leave. I should be a very naughty girl. I would run away. And so would I, said Violet. Annie stood still for a minute or two after the little girls had left her, then she went into the house. She felt troubled. Annie was by no means the best of girls. She had naturally a turn for crooked and underhand ways. She was ambitious and discontented with her own lot. When she left school, she would go to stay with her uncle, the Reverend Maurice Butler. She would live in a musty old rectory in a very dull part of England, and see hardly any people, and try to devote her time to mothers' meetings and school feasts, and all the 1,001 things which occupy a young girl's time when she happens to be the niece or daughter of the rector. Now, Annie had no taste for these occupations. She hated the holidays, which she had invariably to spend at Burfield Rectory. She had no appreciation for Uncle Maurice, although he was the best and kindest of men. She wanted to get into the world. She pined to enjoy herself. She was neither very pretty nor very clever. She was, as far as appearance went, an everyday sort of girl. It is true, she had lovely golden hair, but that was about all. At school she was the sort of girl who, apparently good-natured, makes many friends. Her object was to make friends. Her one desire in life was to secure the goodwill of her school companions, so that by and by they might invite her to their houses and give her the sort of good time she had always pined for. She knew in a vague sort of way that if she could get one of these girls more or less into her power, she might dictate her own terms. And now her chance had come. No prickings of conscience held her back. It did not even occur to her that she was acting badly. If she thought at all, it was but to pronounce Priscilla's ideas of honor obsolete and impossible. She had little doubt that she could get Priscilla to yield to the plan which was forming itself in her own brain, and she was also pretty sure that Mabel would be even a more easy victim. Many of her school friends were fond of asking small services of Annie, for she was invariably good-natured, and had a sunny, pleasant temper. She was rather amusing, too, and to all appearance never thought of herself. Now she ran up to the elder girl's sitting room, threw the door open wide, and entered. A tall, pale girl, with an aristocratic face was seated by an open desk busily writing. She looked annoyed when Annie entered. "Am I in your way, Constance?" asked Annie. "No, Annie. Of course you have a right to sit here, but I do hope you will keep quiet. I am busy writing my prize essay, not that I have a chance of the prize, but of course I want to do my very best. The subject interests me." Annie said nothing. She flung herself into a chair, and taking up a storybook, tried to read. But her thoughts were too busy with the scheme which was forming itself in her brain. She threw down the book, and drawing her chair to the opposite window, looked out. Constance Hadley seemed to feel her presence, for after a time she sank back in her chair with a sigh. "Finished, Constance," cried Annie. "No, I can't manage the end. I want to do something really good, but the something won't come." "I wonder you bother," said Annie, "that is, of course, unless you are sure of the prize." "I sure of the prize?" laughed Constance. "Why, there are at least 4 girls in the school who will do better work than I. You, for instance, Annie, you have an audacious, smart little way of writing which very often takes." "But I can do nothing with such a subject as idealism," replied Annie, "except to laugh at it and thank my stars that I have not got it." Constance looked at her gravely. "I wonder who will get the prize," she said. Annie did not reply. Constance rose, stretched herself slightly, and putting her papers together, laid them in orderly fashion in her desk. "I shall get up early tomorrow," she said, "and come down here and finish my paper. There is no time so good as before breakfast for brain work." "Well, thank goodness, my attempt is quite finished," said Annie. "I suppose," remarked Constance, "that Priscilla will get the prize. She is the cleverest of us all." "Oh, I'm not at all sure of that," said Annie. "Prisky is clever, no doubt, but Mabel is clever too, very clever." "Mabel Lushington. What do you mean?" "What I say. She is awfully clever when she takes pains. I must say I have never found it out." "Well, I have," said Annie, her cheeks brightening and her eyes growing deeper in hue, "and I will just tell you how. She is always scribbling poetry. I found her at her desk one day, and taxed her with it. She was frightfully annoyed, and begged and implored of me not to mention it, for she said she would be ragged by every one if it were discovered. Then she confessed that her one ambition was to be a poet. Isn't it absurd? Just think of her, with her pretty, round, dimpled sort of face, a poet, forsooth. But, nevertheless, appearances deceive, and Mabel is a poet already. I should not be a scrap surprised if she did very well with such a subject as idealism." "You astonish me," said Constance. "She must be far cleverer than I gave her credit for, and her very genius in hiding all trace of her talent is much to be commended." "Oh, now you are nasty and satirical," said Annie, "and you don't believe a word I say. Nevertheless, it is all true, our Mabel is a poet." "Well, poet or not," remarked Constance, "she is a very jolly girl, I like her just awfully. You would not want her to leave the school, would you?" "Leave the school? Why, there isn't a chance of it, is there?" "I don't know. I hope not. But I must go to her now, poor old darling. She is worrying over her prize essay, doubting her own ability, and all that sort of thing, whereas I know she could do capital work if she pleased. And beat Priscilla. Oh, Priscilla would not be in it if Mabel chose to exercise her powers. But the fact is, she is terribly afraid of your all finding her out. You won't breathe what I have told you to a living soul, will you, Connie?" "Not I. I am glad you confided in me. I shall listen to her essay with special pleasure this day fortnight, now that you have really enlightened me with regard to the order of her mind." Annie left the room and ran up to Mabel's bedroom. Mabel's room and Annie's adjoined, but one of the strictest rules of the house was that after bedtime each girl should be unmolested by her schoolfellows. One of the worst offenses at Littleton School was for a girl, after bedtime had arrived, to infringe the rules by going into the room of her schoolfellow. Before bedtime full liberty was, however, given, and Annie tapped now with confidence at Mabel's door. Mabel said, "Come in," and Annie entered. "Well, May," she cried, "has any light dawned on you?" "Light dawned on me," replied Mabel in a tone almost of passion. "None whatsoever. I am just in pitch darkness. I can't write a word that anyone will care to listen to. I never could, as you very well know, and certainly am less capable than ever now of doing so. The very thought of all that hangs on my efforts quite unnerves me. I shall write twaddle, my dear Annie. In fact, I don't think I'll write at all." "Oh, but you must. That would seem very bad, and make your aunt so angry." She might think that you had refused to do so out of temper, and might keep you 2 years at school instead of 1. Do you think so, really? That would be too appalling. I am not at all sure. From what you tell me of her character, I think it would be extremely likely. Well, I will do something. For that matter, I have done something. Can't I send it in? No, no, said Annie. You showed it to me, and I never read such rubbish in all my life. Now, look here, Mabel. You shall write a paper, and it must be the very best paper you can put together, and I will help you all I can. But there is no time. Yes, there is. We can do it tonight. Tonight? You know we can't. I know we can. Miss Phillips goes round to see that all the girls are tucked up properly at 10 o'clock. Soon afterwards she goes to bed, poor old dear. When the cat's away the mice will play. I will tap 3 times on my wall, and you must tap 3 times on yours. Not another soul will hear us. Then we'll both get up and slip stockings over our shoes, and we'll go down, hand in hand, through the silent house until we find ourselves on the ground floor. I know a window where the hasp is broken. We'll raise the sash and go out. We will go to the summer house at the far end of the grounds. I will have candles and manuscript paper and ink there already. You will write your essay there, in the summer house, and I will help you. It is a very dangerous thing to do, Annie, and it strikes me we risk a great deal for very little. For if I were to steal out every night between now and prize day, and write an essay every night in the summer house, I should not get a prize. You certainly wouldn't get a prize in that way, but what you do tonight will lead you to the prize. Now I don't understand you. I will tell you, Mabel. You must listen very attentively, and if you positively decide to have nothing to do with it, you must not be shocked with me or attempt to betray me. What I do for your good, although, I will confess, partly for my own also. Ah, I thought a little bit of self would come in, said Mabel, who knew her school friend better, perhaps, than most people did. Yes, said Annie quite calmly, I don't pretend for a moment that I haven't a bit of self at the bottom of this. But let me tell you my scheme. Only before I breathe it, you will promise most faithfully not to betray me. Of course I will. I know you better than you imagine, Annie. You have your good impulses, but you are not the very straightest girl in all the world. Oh, thank you so much, said Annie. She colored faintly. Perhaps you would not be straight, she said after a minute, if you had no prospect whatever in life but Uncle Maurice, and all the old women in the parish, every one of them, setting their caps at him, and knitting comforters for his dear throat, and working slippers for his dear feet, and asking about his precious cough, and if he would like some more red currant jelly. Perhaps you would be a little crooked if you had to sit by the hour holding slobbering babies on your lap at mothers' meetings, and getting your best frock jammed over by the horrid village children. Oh, it is not a life to recommend itself, I can tell you. Poor Annie, said Mabel, I do pity you. But, of course, you won't be always with your Uncle Maurice. Now forgive me for speaking as I did, and tell me your plan. This page missing. Nest you are trying to land me in, Annie. As if Priscilla would consent. Priscilla will consent. I have sounded her, and I know she will. She fights shy of it, of course, at first, but she will consent, and before morning. But, Annie, what good will it do her? My going away from the school won't give her money to stay here. Ah, said Annie, now comes the crux. You must give her money to stay, you must manage it. You always have heaps of pocket money. You must undertake to pay all her school expenses for at least a year. Now you are a silly, answered Mabel. To begin with, I have not the slightest idea what Priscilla's school bills amount to. I know nothing about my own school bills, far less hers. Aunt Henrietta pays for me, and there's an end of the thing. Mabel, said Annie, who was now very much excited, don't be horrid, please. Listen to me. I am listening. You are propounding an impossible plan, and I am telling you my opinion. Have you anything further to say to me? A great deal. Your aunt is very rich. Rich? Oh, I imagine so. My Aunt Henrietta, Lady Lushington, can go where she likes and do what she likes. She never denies herself anything at all. Nor you, Mabel, anything at all. Isn't she denying me my liberty, and is that nothing? She does it for your good, said Annie, there is no question of money in the matter. Now do listen to me. I happen to know what dear Priscilla's school bills amount to. She is taken cheaper than the other girls, and all her expenses for one term are abundantly covered by £30. Now most likely your expenses for a single term would amount to £50 or £60, perhaps even to more, but poor old Pri is taken, on special terms. Mrs. Littleton doesn't wish it to be known, but I found out, for one day I came across a letter from her uncle, in which he enclosed a cheque to Prisky for last term's expenses, and I know exactly what it amounted to, £27 17 shillings and fourpence. I thought it rather funny of him to enclose the cheque to her, and spoke to her about it. You know she is fearfully untidy, and she had left it with her handkerchiefs and ribbons and things in her top drawer. She told me then, poor girl, that her uncle always sent her the cheque, expecting her to hand it over at once to Mrs. Littleton. He hates even paying that much for me, she said, and I do wish I could get away from him altogether. He is horrid to me, and I led a hateful life on account of him. Poor thing, said Mabel, it must be disagreeable for her. In some ways she is worse off than I am. She would give all the world to stay here for another year, continued Annie, and it's most cruel of that horrid old Uncle Josiah of here to take her from school, for I know quite well that if she were allowed another 12 months here she could try for a big scholarship, and go to Girton or Newnham and then be able to support herself in the way she likes best. Yes, of course, said Mabel, yawning and walking over towards the window, which she flung wide open. But still, I don't see how I can help. I know how you can help quite well, and how you shall help, and must help, said Annie, speaking with great deliberation. You must do what may seem just a little crooked in order that good may come. Priscilla's life shall not be spoiled, you shall not have a dull year, and I, poor little Annie, must also have my fan, and perhaps before long. Now I will tell you at once, Mabel, how you can do it. Mabel sank down in a chair, and her face became quite white. This is what you must do, continued Annie. Mrs. Priestley lends money to several ladies. I happen to know, for a maid Uncle Maurice had in his house last summer told me so. Mrs. Priestley has made your dresses ever since you came to school, and your aunt pays the bills, doesn't she, without worrying you much? Yes. And no one dresses so beautifully as you do in the whole school, Mabel. Oh, well, said Mabel, it isn't necessary for me to be careful, that is just it. You will come to Mrs. Priestley tomorrow, and I will go with you, or, if you like best, I will go alone and take a note from you to her. You have but to ask her to lend you £30, and to put it down in the bill, and there you are. She will have to lend it to you in notes and gold, of course a cheque would never do, and then you can give Pri the money for her next term's schooling, and Mrs. Littleton will accept it as a matter of course, and your Aunt Henrietta will never know, for, at the worst, she will only scold you for being especially extravagant. Yes, but, said Mabel. Her cheeks were crimson and her eyes bright, and there was no doubt whatever that the temptation presented by cunning Annie was taking hold of her. That is all very fine. But even if I dared to do the thing, the difficulties of keeping Prisky at the school might be got over for one term, but what about the 2 other terms? I can't go on borrowing money from Mrs. Priestley, more especially if I am not at the school myself. As your aunt is so very rich, and as she will be taking you into society, it will be quite possible for you to spare £30 each term out of your own allowance, said Annie. But even if you don't wish to do that, I have no doubt at all that Lady Lushington is very generous, and that she will lend you the money for poor Prisky, if you only talk to her judiciously. She might and she might not, said Mabel, there is no saying. And as to an allowance, she may not give me any, but just buy my things straight off as I want them. Oh dear, dear, I don't see my way with regard to the other terms, even if I could borrow the money for this one. You will see your way when the time comes, and, remember, you will have from now till Christmas to think of ways and means. In the meantime you will go to Paris, and from Paris to the different foreign spas, and, oh, won't you have a jolly time, and won't you be admired? It certainly sounds tempting, said Mabel, although it seems to me that it is awfully wicked. As to its being so wicked, interrupted Annie, I can't quite see that. Think what good it will do, helping poor old Pri, and giving yourself a right jolly time, and me also. I can't see where you come in, said Mabel. Oh, but I do. You don't suppose I am going to leave myself out in the cold, when I am managing so cleverly all these jolly things for you. You have got to get your aunt to invite me to join you in Paris. She will, I know, if you manage her properly. What fun we shall have together, May. How we shall enjoy ourselves. Of course I'll have to come back here at the end of the holidays, but the summer holidays are long, and, oh, I shall be a happy girl. You might certainly, if you came to visit me, think out a plan for paying Priscilla's school fees for the other terms, said Mabel. But, dear, it is awfully dangerous. I don't know how I can consent. If the whole thing were ever found out, I should be disgraced for life. If, said Annie. If is a very little word and means a great deal, May. These things won't be found out, for the simple reason that it is to your interest, and to my interest, and to Priscilla's interest to keep the whole matter in the dark. Chapter 4. I don't want to do wrong. When Annie had ended her conference with Mabel Lushington, a conference which left that young lady in a state of intense and even nervous excitement, in which she kept on repeating, I won't, I daren't. Oh, but I long to. Oh, but I just wish I could, until Annie felt inclined to beat her, she went away at last with the quiet assurance of a girl who had won a victory. Her scheme was ripening to perfection. Mabel, of course, would yield, the money would be forthcoming. Priscilla would stay at the school, and Annie would have her hour of triumph. It was half an hour before bedtime on that same evening when clever and wicked Annie had a further conference with Priscilla. She found poor Priscilla looking very pale and woebegone, seated all by herself at one end of the long schoolroom. Come out, said Annie, it is a perfectly lovely evening, and we need not go up to our horrid beds for another half hour. You want to tempt me again, said Priscilla, I won't go with you. You needn't, said Annie with emphasis. I have only this to say. Your prize paper is finished. Yes. I will come to your room for it very, very early tomorrow morning. You know, Annie, you daren't come to my room. I dare, and will, said Annie. I will be with you at 5 o'clock, before any of the servants are up. At that hour we will safely transact a very important little piece of business. You mean, said Priscilla, raising her haggard face and looking with her dark grey eyes full at the girl, that you want me to go down forever in my own estimation, and to proclaim to my good teachers, to dear Mrs. Littleton, and to all the girls here that I am not myself at all. You want me to read an essay written by one of the stupidest girls in the school as my own, and you want her to read mine, which may probably be the best of those written, and you want her to win the prize which ought to be mine. Yes, I do want her to win the prize, said Annie, and for that reason I want her to read your essay as though it were her own. You forget one thing, said Priscilla. Mabel writes so atrociously that no one will believe for a single moment that my paper could be her work, and, on the other hand, people will be as little likely to go down in their high estimation of my talent as to suppose that I have seriously written the twaddle which she will give me. You see yourself, Annie, the danger of your scheme. It is unworkable, our teachers are all a great deal too clever to be taken in by it. It cannot possibly be carried out. It can, and will, said Annie. I have thought of all that, and am preparing the way. In the first place, the paper you will read will be by no means bad. It will be the sort of paper that will pass muster, and long before prize day there will be an undercurrent of belief in the school that Mabel is by no means the dunce she is credited to be. What do you mean by that? You had best not know, Priscilla. The main thing for you to consider is this, you do not go to your horrid Uncle Josiah. You spend your summer holidays with him, I know, but you return here afterwards. You have another happy year at Littleton School, and at the end of that time you win a splendid scholarship for Newnham or Girton, and go to Cambridge for 3 happy years. Think of it, Priscilla, and you can do it so easily. Do think of it, darling Pri. You are either a household drudge or a country dressmaker if you don't do this thing, and if you do, and it's really such a very little thing, you may be anything you like. Priscilla sat very still while Annie was talking to her, but in each of her cheeks there rose a brilliant spot of color. It spread and spread until the whole young face looked transformed, the eyes brighter and darker than before, the lips quivering with suppressed excitement. The girl's figure became suddenly tense. She stood up, she caught Annie's hands between her own. Oh, how you tempt me, she said, how you tempt me. I did not know I could be so wicked as to listen to you, but I am tempted. Of course you are, darling. Who would not be who was in your shoes? Isn't it the law of life to do the very best for one's self? Oh, but it isn't the right law, gasped poor Priscilla. Well, right or wrong, answered Annie, it is the wisest law. But even if I did it, said Priscilla, how is the money to be got? You leave that to us, said Annie. Your term's fees will be paid, and there will be something over. Leave all that to us. Go away now, said Priscilla, don't talk to me any more at all, I must have time to think. Oh, I don't want to do wrong. I must pray to God to help me not to yield to you. You will not do that, said Annie, for your own heart, and every argument in your mind, are inclining you in the other direction. I leave you now, for I feel certain of you, but Mabel and I will visit you tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock. You can't come in, for the door will be locked. You know, said Annie, staggered for a moment, that it is against the rules for any girl to lock her door at night. It will be a much lesser transgression on my part to lock my room door than to allow you and Mabel in, answered Priscilla. Well, we will come on the chance, replied Annie. Ta-ta for a time, Pri. Oh, what a jolly year you will have, and how hard you will work. How I shall rejoice to see it, for, whatever you must think of me, I at least am not selfish. I lose my dear friend Mabel by this scheme, and I keep you, who have never yet been my very special friend, but you will be when we return together to Littleton School next autumn. Goodbye, till tomorrow morning. Annie tripped from the room. Chapter 5. Annie's scheme. There are at all schools girls of different degrees of talent. There are the brilliant girls, the idle girls, the plodding girls. Now Annie belonged to the middle class. She knew how essential it was for her to work hard unless she were to accept a fate which she considered too horrible to contemplate, namely, that of companion to kind Uncle Maurice in the country rectory. Her hope was to do so well at school that she might, when she left, induce her uncle to send her for at least a year to Paris in order to put what might be called the final polish on her education. Then, if her present plans went well, she might go into society with the aid of Mabel Lushington, who of course would be from henceforth in her power. Now Annie had a fairly good gift for writing, and this gift on the present occasion she put absolutely at the disposal of her friend. Poor Mabel, excited by the scheme which Annie had proposed, trembling with fear that it might be found out, could not have written a single line of coherent English were it not for Annie's clearer and cleverer brain. As they sat for hours together in the summer house, Annie's thoughts really filled Mabel's manuscript. I will dictate to you, and you will put down exactly what I say, remarked Annie. Now then, fire away. Idealism. You must get a sort of epitome of what your thoughts are on the subject. I have not any, said Mabel. I can't give an epitome of what I know nothing about. Oh, come, Mabel, you are a goose. Here, let me dictate. She began. Her sentences had little depth in them, but they were at least expressed in fairly good English, and would have passed muster in a crowd. After a long time the task was completed, and an essay was produced, an essay, compared to the one which poor Mabel had already written, almost fine in its construction. Annie, as she read it over, was in raptures with it. I only trust it is not too good, she said. Don't you think it sounds very nice when I read it aloud, Mabel? I suppose it does, answered Mabel. I have got a horrid headache, I hate sitting up all night. You will have to sacrifice something to your year's bliss, replied Annie. Now then, May, that is done. I have given you a paper. At 5 o'clock we will both go into Priscilla's room. When there, a little transaction will very briefly take place. You will have to promise Pri that you will pay her school fees for another year, namely, for 3 whole terms, and she, in return for this kindness, will sign this essay as her own, and will hand it in as her essay during the course of the morning. Miss Phillips will lock it up, and it will lie perdu until the great prize day. Pri meantime will have given you a really good paper, which you will sign and give in as your own. Thus your victory will be accomplished, and you need dread nothing further. But, said Mabel, I am looked upon as rather a fool in the school, no one for a moment thinks me clever. I am coming to that point. For the next fortnight I shall make myself intensely busy in circulating a little story. You must pretend to know nothing about it, and in all probability the tale will not reach your ears. But this story is to the effect that you are in reality a sort of hidden genius, in short, that you are a poet and write verses in private. Now what do you think of that? Am not I a friend worth having? You are wonderfully clever, said Mabel. I begin to be almost afraid of you. Oh, you needn't be that, dear. Who would be afraid of poor little Annie? I don't know, said Mabel. Your eyes look quite wicked sometimes. You must be frightfully wicked, you know, to have thought out this scheme so cleverly. I am not more wicked than you are, not one single bit, cried Annie. Only I have the courage of my convictions, and the ability to think things out and to save my friends. If you imagine that I am unhappy now, you are vastly mistaken. Far from being unhappy, I feel intensely triumphant, for I have managed to help 3 people, Prisky, you, and myself. Oh Annie, said Mabel, I am not at all sure that Aunt Henrietta will invite you to Paris. Aren't you? Said Annie. She took the essay as she spoke, and rolled it up. She then proceeded to gather up some loose pages of foolscap paper, pen and ink, and blotting paper, and finally she blew out the candles and added them to a little parcel which she proceeded to stow away in a small basket. "We will go back to the house now," she said. "We must tread very softly." Mabel found herself trembling a great deal and wishing most heartily she was out of this scrape as she followed Annie across the grass. There was a brilliant moon in the sky, and there was a little piece of lawn, bare of any shelter, which they had to cross in order to get to the home. Should anyone happen to be looking out of a window, that person could not fail to see the girls as they crossed this moonlit lawn. Mabel thought of it with growing terror as they returned home, and when they found themselves standing at the edge of a belt of dark pine trees preparatory to rushing across the lawn, she clutched her companion by the arm. "Oh, I know we shall be seen," she cried. "Oh, I wish I had not done it." "It is too late to go back now, Mabel," said Annie. "There is nothing for it but forward, right forward. Don't be a coward, no one will see us. What teacher is likely to be out of bed at 2 o'clock in the morning? We shall be in the house in next to no time. We'll then creep upstairs to our private sitting room, and all danger will be over. Come, May, come, there's no holding back now." Annie took her companion's hand, and they rushed tremblingly across the lawn, each of them devoutly hoping that no one was up. A minute or two later they were safely inside the shelter of the house, and then, again, in another minute Annie had softly opened the door of the girls' sitting room, where they were to stay until the time for invading Priscilla arrived. "You may go to sleep if you like," said Annie. "I will hold your hand, you needn't be at all alarmed, for I have drawn the bolt of the door, so that if anyone should come prying, that person would be prevented entering. But just before you drop asleep I want to arrange my part." "I wish I were well out of the whole thing," said Mabel. "You can be, of course," said Annie. "It is but to destroy this paper that we have just composed together." "Oh no, Annie, it isn't mine at all." "Well, at least you have done the writing of it. If the thoughts are mine, the penmanship is yours. Come, Mabel, don't be a goose. Everything is in progress, and you'll be as happy as the day is long by this time tomorrow. You forget that I have still to get that horrid money." "Of course you have, but as you seem so nervous and faint-hearted, you had much better write a little note now to Mrs. Priestley. I will light one of the candles, and you can get that over. I will take it tomorrow afternoon, and trust me not to return without your £30 safe and sound. But the one thing which must be settled, and positively settled, is my little part. You have got solemnly to promise that I shall spend the summer holidays with you. Suppose Aunt Henrietta refuses?" "But she is not to refuse, Mabel. If this thing were completed and I found that you had backed out of your honorable bargain with me, I should find it my duty to— Oh Mabel, need I go on?" "No, no," said Mabel, "you needn't, I understand you. I don't expect I shall be as happy as I thought, even if I have my year of liberty, but still, I suppose I must make the best of a bad bargain, and of course I should like to have you with me in Paris. It will be necessary for you to have me with you, if you are to manage the money for the 2 remaining terms," said Annie. "Very well, I will agree, I will agree. You promise that I shall spend the holidays with you?" "Yes, that is, after the first week or so. I must have at least a week to get round Aunt Henrietta." "Oh, I will give you a week, my dear, for I also must have that week to get round Uncle Maurice. Now then, all is right. Give me a kiss, dear, we shall have fun. You will never regret this night, I can tell you, Mabel." "I hope I shan't. I do feel mean and small at present. But what about the note to Mrs. Priestley? What am I to say?" "Dear, dear," said Annie, who was now in the highest spirits, "what it is to have brains. Come and sit in this corner, over here. Now I will light the candle for you, no one can see any light under the door. Here we are, and here's our little candle doing its duty." As Annie spoke she swiftly struck a match. "Here is your sheet of paper, Mabel, and here is your pen. And now I will dictate the note. Write what I say." Mabel began. "Dear Mrs. Priestley, my friend Annie Brooke is taking this letter to you. The business is of great importance, and she will explain and make the necessary terms. I want you to lend me £30, please. Annie will arrange the terms, and I want you, please, not to tell anybody. You know Annie Brooke, she is my greatest friend. Aunt Henrietta will want me to have a specially beautiful dress to wear at the break-up, for I expect to take a most distinguished position there." "Oh, must I put that in?" said Mabel. "You must put what I tell you," answered Annie. "Go on. Have you written, distinguished position?" "Yes, oh yes. This letter sounds perfectly horrid, and not a bit like me. It will soon be finished now, said Annie. Come, Mabel, you are chicken-hearted. You must pay something for your £30, you know. Yes, but how on earth am I to return it to her? I'll manage that, goosey, goosey. Now then, proceed. I will call on you tomorrow in order to choose the dress. It must be very rich indeed, and with real lace on it. My aunt would wish me to look well dressed on the prize day. Yours, Mabel Lushington. Now, the date, please, said Annie. Mabel inserted it. Fold it up, please, and direct this envelope, continued practical Annie. This was done and the letter slipped into Annie's pocket. She then, to Mabel's surprise, put another sheet of paper before that young lady. What does this mean? Said Mabel. You will write these words, please, Mabel. In acknowledgement of £30, I, Mabel Lushington, faithfully promise to invite Annie Brooke to spend the summer holidays with Lady Lushington and myself in Paris. But, Annie, cried poor Mabel, I am terrified at having to write this. Don't write it, and the thing is off, said Annie. She moved to the other end of the room. Mabel sat the very picture of misery by the little table where the one candle burned. Some minutes went by. After a time Annie said, You may as well go on, for I hold your letter to Mrs. Priestley in my pocket. Oh, said Mabel, I get more frightened of you, Annie, each moment. Well, what am I to say? I forget. Darling, it is so easy, said Annie in her gentlest tone. Now then, I will dictate once more. She did so. The words were put down. Annie herself folded up this precious piece of paper, and put it for safety into the bosom of her dress. Now we are all right, she said, and I've got some chocolates to give you, and we can both curl up on the sofa and go to sleep until it's time to wake Pri. Mabel and Annie were about to retire to the comfortable old lounge which occupied a place of honor in the sitting room, when they were at once frightened and rejoiced by hearing a voice say very distinctly outside the schoolroom door, It is I, Prisky. Let me in. Annie immediately flew to the door, drew back the bolt, and admitted Priscilla. Priscilla was wearing a long, ugly, grey dressing gown. Her face looked nearly as grey. She came swiftly forward and put her manuscript on the table. Sign it, she said to Mabel. Be quick, don't hesitate, or I will draw back. I have lived through the most awful night, but there's no use in waiting until 5 o'clock. I was up, and saw you two run across the lawn. I guessed you would come here, and I made up my mind. Be quick, Mabel Lushington, sign. Here is your pen, said Annie. Pri, you are a plucky girl. You'll never repent of this. You promise, said Priscilla, to pay me a year's schooling. She did not glance at Annie, her eyes were fixed on Mabel. Yes, said Mabel, nodding to her and speaking with difficulty. You will get your money tomorrow evening, dear, at latest, said Annie, I mean the money for the autumn term. Still Priscilla did not look at Annie. Where is your paper? She asked, her eyes still glued on Mabel's face. Annie supplied it. It is a very good paper, she said. You won't be at all ashamed to read it. I only trust, she added, that it is not too good. One very bitter smile crossed Priscilla's face for a moment. Then, going on her knees, she deliberately wrote with a defiant air her own signature at the foot of the essay which Annie had dictated and Mabel had written. Mabel's weaker handwriting signed Priscilla's paper. Then Priscilla, gathering up the false essay, folded it within her dressing gown, and, without glancing at either girl, left the room. There, said Annie when the door had closed behind her, isn't she just splendid? Haven't we managed well? Oh, I am tired and sleepy. Aren't you, Mabel? I don't know, said Mabel. I am bewildered. I never knew what it was before to feel just awfully wicked. You will get over that, dear. We'll just wait a minute longer, and then we'll creep up to our rooms. What a good thing it was that I oiled the locks. There is no fear of anyone finding us out. Chapter 6. Mrs. Priestley. The town of Hendon was only a mile away from the school, and the girls constantly rode there on their bicycles. They were never allowed to go without a teacher accompanying them. Quite a favorite exercise was to ride through the little town and out into the country at the other end. Mrs. Priestley was one of the most fashionable dressmakers at Hendon, and had the custom of most of the best girls of the school. Those, however, who were a little poor or short of funds employed a certain Mrs. Arnold, who was also fairly good, but did not produce nearly such stylish gowns as those which issued from the Priestley establishment. When Annie, in her pretty way, for her manners could be exceedingly pretty when she chose, asked Mrs. Littleton for permission to go to Mrs. Priestley on the afternoon of the following day, that lady neither expressed nor felt surprise. "You can certainly do so, my dear," she said, "only don't stay long." "And why is not Mabel Lushington going herself?" "I did not know, Annie, that you had your dresses made by Mrs. Priestley." "I don't as a rule," replied Annie in her sweet little, gentle voice. "My uncle can't afford it. But on this special occasion, oh, it is a great secret, Mrs. Littleton, Uncle Maurice will let me have a very plain white muslin made by Mrs. Priestley. You know it isn't the material that counts so much, it is the way a dress is cut and made up. Mrs. Priestley has such exquisite style." "That is certainly the case," said Mrs. Littleton. "Then you are going there about your dress." "I am, but, please, you won't betray me." "Betray you, dear Annie? What do you mean?" "I don't want the girls to know that I am to wear a priestly dress until the great day. It is just my own little secret. You won't breathe it, dear Mrs. Littleton?" "Certainly not, my child. I am glad that such a small thing gives you pleasure. And it is quite natural," she added, "that a young girl should wish to be well dressed. But don't think too much of it, Annie. Our dresses are by no means the most important things in life." "I could not live with you," said Annie, "without being well aware of that." There came a pretty color into her cheeks, which always made her look very nearly beautiful, and her eyes lost that expression which made some people who were not her greatest friends consider Annie Brooke just a tiny bit, not straight, you know. Annie now rushed off in a tumult of happiness. It was wonderful how easily her plans were being brought to perfection. She rode into Hendon on her nice freewheel bicycle, accompanied by 2 or 3 other girls and also by a teacher. The teacher and the girls were to leave Annie at Mrs. Priestley's, and to come again for her on their return from their own ride into the country. Annie would thus have plenty of time for her purpose. When she was admitted into Mrs. Priestley's very fashionable waiting room, hung round with dresses in various stages of development, and all equally fascinating according to Annie's ideas, she felt her heart beat with satisfaction. By and by the mistress of the establishment made her appearance. "I want to speak to you," said Annie, rising. "In one moment, miss." Mrs. Priestley would not have treated Mabel Lushington in so offhand a manner, but Annie Brooke was not one of her customers, at least, had not been up to the present, and as she was very busy sending off a large order to Paris, she did not trouble her head about keeping the young lady waiting for nearly a quarter of an hour. During this time Annie felt very indignant. Mrs. Priestley dared to sit by a large desk in her presence and to write several orders which her forewoman was dictating to her. At last the letter was finished. Mrs. Priestley said, "Get this posted immediately." Then she turned to Annie. "What can we do for you, miss?" "I have come to see you on a matter of some importance," said Annie. "I have come from Miss Lushington." "Oh, indeed, miss. We are very sorry that we were obliged to keep you waiting, but we have a wedding order at present on hand, and it is necessary to get some special laces and flowers from Paris without any delay. What can we do for Miss Lushington, miss?" "First of all," said Annie, "I want to know if you will make a dress for me. I want to wear it on the prize day at Mrs. Littleton's school." "Yes, miss, we could manage, although the time is not very long. Still, we have so many of Mrs. Littleton's pupils on our books that we should be sorry not to oblige." Mrs. Priestley spoke as though she were royalty. "What sort of dress did you think of our making for you, miss?" "It must not be expensive," said Annie, whose secret thought was that she might purchase it partly out of her own money and partly out of Mabel Lushington's very abundant pocket money. "I think a pale blue muslin, and can you make it for about 2 guineas?" Mrs. Priestley raised her eyebrows in a somewhat scornful manner. "Quite impossible, miss. But perhaps Mrs. Arnold could do it for you." Whenever Mrs. Priestley wanted to crush a customer she alluded to Mrs. Arnold, whose style was so execrable, and whose ladies, as Mrs. Priestley spoke of them, could be known at any distance by the bad hang of their garments. Annie argued a little longer on the subject of her own dress, and finally a very simple frock was arranged for her, which would not cost the young lady much over £3. Mabel's letter was then produced. "This is very, very private," said Annie Brooke as she gave it to Mrs. Priestley. "Dear Miss Lushington," murmured Mrs. Priestley, "we always take such a great interest in her clothes. It is our wish to do our very utmost to mold our garments round her fine figure." "Read the note, please," said Annie. Mrs. Priestley did so. If she felt surprise at the contents, her face expressed nothing. "You will excuse us, miss," she said when she came to the end. "We will return in a few minutes." She left the room. Annie sank down into a chair, feeling limp. What if Mrs. Priestley were to refuse? Such a possible and awful contingency had never even occurred to her. Mrs. Priestley was away for some time, quite half an hour. When she did return, the expression on her face had slightly changed. "We will come into our private sitting room, miss," she said. She went first, Annie followed her. Mrs. Priestley's private room was very small and very much crowded. Nearly the whole of it was taken up by an enormous desk containing various pigeonholes. There was, however, room for 2 chairs. Annie was asked to seat herself in one. "We have been looking," said Mrs. Priestley, "into our accounts. You, we understand, miss, are acquainted with the contents of the letter of our much esteemed client, Miss Lushington." "Yes," said Annie, "I know all about it. As well as I remember, my great friend, Mabel Lushington, said that I could arrange the matter with you. We are coming to that, if you have no objection, miss." Annie felt snubbed. It so happened that she had never before had any personal contact with the great Priestley. She had seen her beautiful gowns on several ladies at Hendon and on some of the best-dressed girls of the school. But not until now had she been face to face with this awful priestess of the art of dressmaking. "We would not wish," said Mrs. Priestley, "to do anything to disoblige our clients, and it is true that there have been times when it has been our pleasure to assist a lady in the manner indicated, but there has usually been a little sort of arrangement made in order to secure our money. You, we understand, come here today with such a proposal, do you not, miss?" Annie felt more and more uncomfortable. "I simply thought," she said, "that you would oblige. You see, Mabel is very rich." "If we were not firmly convinced on that point," interrupted Mrs. Priestley, "we would not entertain the proposal for a quarter of a minute." "Mabel is very rich," continued Annie. "I mean that her aunt, Lady Lushington, is enormously wealthy." "We have that distinguished lady's patronage," said Mrs. Priestley. "We have made gowns for her as well as for the young lady, her niece." "You send Miss Lushington's accounts to Lady Lushington," said Annie. The high priestess of the art of dressmaking thought it only necessary to bow her stately head. "Then perhaps you will lend Mabel the money," said Annie, who felt herself getting into greater and greater hot water. "It can be done," said Mrs. Priestley, "but only in one way. We must treat our young customer as we do the other clients whom it has been our privilege to oblige on more than one occasion. We must either have the lady's jewels to the value of the sum borrowed, or we must add the £30 to Miss Lushington's account in our books. At the present moment Miss Lushington's bill amounts to close on £40, and if we add 30 more it will make 70. Are we to understand that Lady Lushington will pay so large a bill without comment for a young lady who is only a schoolgirl?" "Oh, I am sure she will," said Annie, whose one desire at that moment was to get the money and leave Mrs. Priestley's presence. "She is so enormously rich," continued the girl, "she thinks nothing of spending £100 on one dress for herself." "Why, £70, said Annie, who would have rejoiced just then to possess 3, is a mere nothing to her, just a bagatelle." "I know it. Your statement, miss, is satisfactory, as far as it goes. We will therefore, being assured by our own experience that you are right, lend Miss Lushington the required sum, but on the distinct understanding that if Lady Lushington raises any question with regard to the account, we are at liberty to mention your name in the matter." "How so?" asked Annie, very much alarmed. "I am only a little schoolgirl," she added, "with no money at all." "Nevertheless, miss, we must mention your name, Miss Annie Brooke, is it not?" Annie nodded. Mrs. Priestley made a note of it, adding the date of Annie's visit and the fact that she was a resident at Littleton School. She then, without any further ado, produced golden notes to the amount of £30, which she folded up into a little parcel and gave to Annie. "You will give us a receipt for this, miss," she said, and Annie did so in due form. "And now, miss," continued the woman, "all is well, and you will never hear any more with regard to this matter if we are paid our account in full. But if there is difficulty, and even rich ladies sometimes grumble at a bill such as we shall be forced to produce, then you may get into hot water. We will now wish you good afternoon, miss, for our time is not our own but our customers'." How flushed Annie was. When she got into the open air she panted slightly. She looked up the street and down the street. She had had an awful time with Mrs. Priestley, and she had quite forgotten the dress which was to be made for Mabel. She could not remedy that omission now, however, for nothing would induce her to see the terrible Mrs. Priestley again. Her companions were not yet in sight, and she paced up and down thinking her own thoughts. After a time she felt calmer. The money was safe in her pocket. There would be no fuss for 3 months at least. Annie was a sort of girl who could not think of trouble 3 months ahead. In half an hour she felt quite happy. The memory of her depression vanished, and when the girls on their bicycles hove in sight she met them with a gay word. "You have had a ride," she said. "I have been out of Mrs. Priestley's for ages." "I thought," said Agnes Moore, one of the girls, "that you would never be tired of an interview with a dressmaker, Annie. Is she quite as imposing as people describe her? I go to Mrs. Arnold, you know." "She is withering," said Annie, with a laugh. "She invariably speaks of herself as we, and is a perfect mass of pomposity. I do wish, Agnes, you could have heard the withering tone in which she alluded to Mrs. Arnold's ladies. Oh dear, oh dear. I nearly died with laughter." During the rest of the ride home Annie amused herself in taking off Mrs. Priestley, which she did to the life. That very same evening £30 in golden notes had been transferred, first from Annie's pocket to that of Mabel Lushington, and then from Mabel Lushington to Priscilla Weir. Priscilla turned very white when her hand touched the little packet. "It hurts me," she said aloud. Mabel and Annie were both present when she made this remark, but neither of them asked her to explain herself. On the contrary, Mabel took Annie's arm and hurried her away. "How did you manage with Mrs. Priestley?" she asked. "It is all right, love," said Annie. "She has added £30 to your account." But Mabel looked not at all satisfied. "I didn't want it to be done in that way," she said. "Aunt Henrietta will be wild. She is always quarreling with me about my dresses, and says that I spend twice too much on them. Good gracious. I do trust that I shan't get into trouble about this." "You must not," said Annie, "for if, by any chance, such a thing were to happen, I should never hear the end of it. Oh Mabel, I have done a lot for you. I have in a way made myself responsible. I had to. Mabel, I must tell you, for I think you ought to know, if there is any difficulty in paying Mrs. Priestley's bill, she means to tell Mrs. Littleton about me, how I visited her, and asked her for the money, and she has my receipt to show. She put a stamp on it, and made me write my name across the stamp. Oh Mabel, I have done wonderful things for you, and you know it. You can never be grateful enough." "I suppose I am grateful," said Mabel. "It was plucky of you to do that for me, Annie, and I am not one to forget." "We will enjoy ourselves in Paris," said Annie. "I know Mrs. Priestley won't send in the account for about 3 months, so we'll have a good time first, whatever happens." "Oh, if the thing is 3 months off, I'm not going to fret about it in advance," said Mabel, who instantly became very talkative and lively. Chapter 7. The Poet. The days which passed between the occurrences related in the last chapter and the great prize day went on wings. The girls were all exceedingly busy. If there were many prizes to be won, and there was hard work beforehand to win them, there was the thought, too, of the long and delightful summer holidays to gladden each young heart, the reunion with fathers and mothers and brothers and sisters, the pleasures of the seaside resort or the country house, the knowledge that lessons, however useful in themselves, might be put away for 6 long, delightful weeks. The girls were in the best of humor, and, as though nature herself were in sympathy with them, the sun rose day by day in a cloudless sky, the flowers bloomed in more and more profusion, and the whole world seemed preparing for a grand holiday. Littleton School was famed for its roses, and the profusion of roses that blossomed during this special summer was long remembered by every member of the school. Mabel Lushington was not a girl especially remarkable for conscientiousness. She was now completely under Annie's spell, who, having won her point, was determined that there should not be a single flaw in her grand scheme. Her whispers about Mabel had spread a rumor in the school that Mabel Lushington, who had long been remarkable for her fine figure, handsome face, and a certain haughtiness of bearing, was also exceedingly clever. It is no easy matter to convert a girl who has hitherto been renowned as a dunce into a genius. Nevertheless, clever Annie managed to effect this object. "She writes such good verses, you know," Annie said first to one girl, and then to another, and as Mabel had been forewarned on the subject, she was not taken by surprise when the girls used to crowd round her and beg to see some specimens of her art. "Oh, I can't," Mabel would say, blushing and even giggling a little. Don't ask me, I should die of shame." These were her invariable retorts, and, as a rule, she managed to excuse herself with a certain amount of success. But schoolgirls are tenacious. The subject of Mabel's gift for poetry became the general talk of the school, and finally a whole bevy of girls waited on Miss Lushington with the request that she would allow them to sample her poems. "The fact is," said Constance Smedley, "seeing is believing. You most read us something, Mabel, you really must." Mabel found herself turning pale, and Constance, who was a remarkably keen observer of character, noted the fact. Annie was nowhere within reach. Mabel began to feel as though a torture screw were put on. "Come, Mabel," said Constance, "it is but fair. We love poetry, and will not be hard on you." "What I think is this," said another girl. "Mabel is a satirist, she has been laughing at us all in her sleeve. She writes about us, and doesn't want us to know. Come, May, I know that is the case, otherwise you would not be so red." "She was pale a minute ago," said Constance. "What are you changing color about, you silly old May? We won't mind whether you satirize us or not. Come, get your verses." I can't, I won't," said Mabel. She had not an idea what the girls meant when they spoke of her as a satirist. She wished herself far away. As she said afterwards, she could have sunk through the ground at that moment. Her tortures were at their height when Annie Brooke appeared. Annie and Priscilla were crossing the lawn arm in arm. Annie had been talking eagerly. Priscilla, very grave and quiet, was replying in monosyllables. Suddenly Priscilla looked up. "What is the matter with Mabel?" she said. "How queer she looks." "I had best go to her, I suppose," said Annie. "She is such an old silly that unless I keep by her side she is sure to do something wrong." "Here you are, Annie," cried Constance. "Now you will be on our side. You have assured us that Mabel is not the dunce of the school, but the genius." "So she is," said Annie indignantly. "Who dares to deny it?" "None of us," said Constance, "only we want proof." "What do you mean?" said Annie, still quite calm in appearance, but feeling a little uncomfortable nevertheless. "We want proof," repeated Constance. "Yes," said Agnes, "proof." "Proof, proof," echoed several other voices. "Mabel writes verses, very clever verses. We want to see them." "So you shall," said Annie at once. "Oh Annie, I won't show them," said poor Mabel. "Nonsense, May. That is absurd. Girls, you can see them tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow is our half-holiday. Mabel will read her verses aloud herself to you at 4 o'clock tomorrow on this identical spot. She has no time now, for the gong has just sounded for tea." Mabel turned a flushed, surprised face towards Annie. Priscilla stood perfectly still in unbounded astonishment. The girls were not quite satisfied. Still, there was nothing to complain of. They must go to tea now. Immediately after tea schoolwork would recommence. There would not be a moment of time to read the verses before the following day. Annie, leaving Mabel to her fate, marched into the house, her hand on Constance Smedley's arm. "I am glad I came out," she said. "Poor May is quite abnormally sensitive on the subject of her verses." "Nonsense," said Constance. "If she writes verses she won't mind our seeing them." "She ought not to mind, and if she were an ordinary girl she would not," said Annie. "But, you see, she is not ordinary. There is many a girl with a genius who, as regards other matters, is even a little silly. The fact is, Mabel is frightened of her own talent." "Well, we are glad you came up, for we are quite determined to get a specimen of our genius's work," said Constance. "You shall know all about it, she will read them to you herself. Ta-ta for the present." Annie marched to her own place at the tea table, and nothing more was said. But she was not comfortable. She had got herself and her unfortunate friend into a hornet's nest. Verses of some sort must be produced, but how? Annie could not write the most abject doggerel. Clever enough with regard to her prose, she was hopeless as a rimster. Perhaps Prisky could do it. Annie looked wildly at Prisky, but as she looked even this hope faded away. She had had a conversation with that young lady on that very afternoon, and Prisky, although she was to have her extra year at school, for everything was quite arranged now, did not seem to be happy about it. She had even gone to the length of telling Annie that she would prefer learning how to manage a farmhouse or becoming a country dressmaker to staying on at Littleton School under the present conditions. Annie had assured her that if she failed them now, the mischief she would do would be so incalculable that it would practically never end, and Priscilla had been quieted for the time being. But Priscilla's conscience must not be further tampered with. Annie was resolved on that point. What was she to do? During the rest of that evening, while apparently busy over her studies, the mind of Annie Brooke was in a whirl. In what sort of way was she to fulfill her promise made to all those odious girls that Mabel would read her verses aloud? She saw that the girls were already slightly suspicious. She knew it was all important for Mabel's success when she won the literary prize that the girls' minds should be already prepared with regard to her genius. If they were really satisfied that she wrote even moderately good verse, they would accept without comment the fact that she had won the prize over Priscilla's head. But how, oh, how, in what sort of fashion were these verses to be produced? Annie was in the mood when she would have stopped short at very little. Could she have safely pilfered the verses of anybody else she would have done so, but there was no great store of poetry at the school. The few books out of which the girls learned their different pieces for recitation were too well known to be tampered with, and yet Annie must do something. Her head ached with the enormity of the task which she had so unwittingly undertaken. Why, oh, why had she started that awful idea of Mabel's poetical genius in the school? Far better would it have been even to have the girls' suspicions slightly aroused by the excellence of her prize essay. Poor Annie had not only to think of this and to solve the riddle set her, but she had to appear before the eyes of her schoolfellows as utterly calm and cool. She was at her wits' end, and certainly matters were not improved when Mabel that night tapped at her wall, the signal that the girls had arranged between them when it was necessary for one to speak to the other. It was about 11 at night when Annie, feeling miserable beyond words, crept into Mabel's room. Mabel was sitting up in bed with all her fine hair hanging about her shoulders. "I have not had a minute to speak to you before," said Mabel. "You know perfectly well, Annie, that I never wrote a line of poetry in my life. I can't buy the stuff, I can't even read it, far less write it. And now what is to be done? You are going to produce a specimen of my verse which I am to read aloud before all those odious girls tomorrow." "Oh, I'll manage it," said Annie, "only don't keep me now, May. I had to start that little rumor in order to make it all safe for you on prize day. You don't suppose, darling did May, that I have brought you as far as this with such wonderful success in order to desert you now? You leave it to me, Mayflower. I'll manage it for you somehow." Mabel lay back on her pillow. "I did get an awful fright," she said. "I can't tell you how terrible it was when they all clustered round me, and Agnes remarked one thing about me, and Constance another. Agnes said I was a satirist. What on earth is a satirist, Annie?" "Oh, not you, darling, at any rate," said Annie, kissing her friend. "Poor May, that is the very last thing you could ever be." "I know you think me very stupid," said Mabel in an offended tone. "It is too awful to give a girl the imputation of a genius, when you know all the time that she is an absolute fool." "A very pretty one, at any rate," said Annie, kissing her friend again. "You're not offended, silly May, because I said you were not a satirist. Why, a satirist is an awful creature, dreaded by everybody. A satirist is a person who makes fun of her best friends. Now, you would never make fun of your own Annie, would you?" "No, indeed. I am glad I am not a satirist," said May. "What a horror those girls must think me. Go to bye-bye now, May, and leave me to settle things for you," said Annie, and she crept back to her own bed. Chapter 8. A Touch of the Sun. Towards morning a thought came to Annie. She could not quite tell when it first darted through her brain. Perhaps it came in a dream. She was never quite certain, but it certainly caused her to jump, and it made her heart beat tumultuously. "I wonder," she said aloud, and then she added, "the very thing." Then she said once more, "I will do it, or my name is not Annie Brooke." That morning the mistress and the girls missed the pleasant face of Annie Brooke from the breakfast table. Mabel Lushington, as her greatest friend, was begged to go to her room to see if anything was the matter. She tapped at Annie's door. A very faint reply came, and Mabel entered in much consternation. She found her friend lying in bed, a handkerchief wrung out of eau de cologne and water on her brow, her hair disheveled, her face pale. "Oh Annie, you are ill," said poor Mabel. "What is wrong?" "My head, dear, it aches so badly." "Oh, I am sorry," said Mabel. "Mrs. Littleton sent me upstairs to know what is wrong." "Tell her she must not be at all alarmed," said Annie. "It is just one of my very worst headaches, no more. I shan't be able to do any lessons today. But I will creep out into the garden presently. I want air and perfect quiet. I'll get into one of the hammocks in the garden and lie there. Tell them all not to be a bit anxious, for I know what I want is rest." "You do look bad," said Mabel. "Dear Annie, I know I am the cause of it." "You are most truly," thought Annie under her breath. But aloud she said, "No, dear, not at all, I am subject to headaches." "I never knew you with one before," said Mabel. I have kept them to myself, darling, but Mrs. Littleton knows, for I told her. This is just worse than the others, and I can't keep it to myself. If Miss Phillips likes to come up, she might bring me a cup of tea and a little toast. I couldn't eat anything else, indeed. Now, love, go down, don't be distressed, your Annie will be all right in the afternoon. Mabel longed to say, what are you going to do about the poem? But in sight of that pale presence with its look of suffering, and the bondage on the head, she thought that such a remark would be quite too heartless. She stepped, therefore, very softly out of the room, and going downstairs, made a most effective announcement with regard to Annie. She says it is nothing, remarked Mabel, who was almost in tears, but she looks quite dreadful, so ghastly white. Little did Mabel know that Annie had smeared powder over her face to give it the death-like appearance. She had managed it with great skill, and trusted to its not being noticed. Miss Phillips, said Mrs. Littleton, will you go and see what is wrong? If Annie is feverish we must get a doctor. She may have a little touch of the sun. My dears, it is always unwise to be out too much this hot weather. She looked awfully flushed, said one girl, when we met her in the High Street yesterday. It was after she had been with Mrs. Priestley. It must be a touch of the sun, said Mrs. Littleton, perhaps I had better go to her myself. Let me go first, dear Mrs. Littleton, said Miss Phillips, I can soon let you know if there is anything wrong. Accordingly, Miss Phillips went gently upstairs. Annie had the curtains drawn at the windows, but the windows themselves had their sashes open. She was lying in such a position that the powder on her face could not be noticed. When Miss Phillips came in, Annie uttered a groan. Oh, why do you trouble? She said, opening half an eye and looking at the mistress. Her dread was that Mrs. Littleton herself might appear. It would be difficult to hide the powder from her. Old Phillips, however, as she termed her, was a person easily imposed upon. Don't fuss about me, please, said Annie. I have just a bad headache. I am sorry I can't be in the schoolroom this morning, but I just can't. I am not a bit hot, not a bit, but my head is dreadful. I want to go out and lie in one of the hammocks in the garden. Do you think Mrs. Littleton will let me? Indeed she will, poor dear, said Miss Phillips. She is ever so sorry for you. You do look bad, Annie. Wouldn't you like me to draw back the curtain, dear? Your room is so dark. Oh, please don't, said Annie. I can't bear the light. Well, my dear, well, of course, how thoughtless of me. I have brought you some tea. Thank you, I shall be glad of a cup. Poor child, then you wouldn't like to see Mrs. Littleton herself? Not for the world, said Annie with unnecessary vehemence. But then she added prettily, it is so sweet of her to think of it, and for little me, as if I were of any consequence. It's just a headache, and I'll be all right in the garden, and at dinner time you will see me looking just as usual. I hope so, indeed, said Miss Phillips, who went downstairs to report that Annie was singularly pale, but not in the least feverish, and that her great desire was to lie in a hammock during the entire morning in the shady garden. Go up at once and tell her that she has my permission, said Mrs. Littleton. Miss Phillips opened the door very softly. Annie was still lying with her eyes shut, the bandage at once shading and concealing her face, but the cheeks, the tip of the little nose, and the chin were all dreadfully white, only the pretty lips were still rosy. Annie just opened languid eyes. I am better, really, she said in the faintest and most patient voice. You poor, sweet thing, said Miss Phillips. How I sympathize with you. I get those frantic headaches myself sometimes. It hurts me even to talk, said Annie. I do value your sympathy, but I can't express what I feel. May I go into the garden? Did you find out? Yes, Mrs. Littleton has given you her permission. I am so sorry, dear, that none of us will be able to be with you. Mrs. Littleton herself is going to drive to London, and of course the rest of us will be busy, but if you want anyone, love, I could send one of the maids to you. I shall want nothing, said Annie, whose voice, in her eagerness, had suddenly become strong. Anyone who was not poor Phillips would have been suspicious on the spot. I am so dreadfully sorry, said Annie, that you should be put out about me, but if I am allowed to treat my headache in my own way, I shall be all right by early dinner. Now go, dear, won't you? I will get dressed and creep down to the garden as soon as lessons begin. You are such a thoughtful, unselfish girl, said Miss Phillips. Anybody else who looked so terribly ill would make a fuss. Sweet Miss Phillips, murmured Annie, and with these words sounding in her ear Miss Phillips left the room. The moment she did so Annie sprang to a sitting position on her bed. She flung the bandage across the room with a petulant movement, and the next instant she had locked the door and begun an active and hurried toilet. The powder was removed. The small, fair face assumed its normal complexion, and by the time prayers were over and the girls were all assembled in the different classrooms, Annie, in her neat cotton dress, wearing a big shady hat, with gloves drawn over her small white hands, and a parasol ready to shade her from the sun, stood waiting by her open window. Presently she heard a welcome sound, the noise of wheels disappearing down the avenue. Now was her time. Across the lawn she went. The hammocks were there, but Annie had no use for them at present. Until she was well out of sight of the house she did not dare to run, but when a depression in the ground hid the house from view she put wings to her feet, and flew panting and racing along by the shrubbery, until, at the farthest end, she found a small postern door. This door opened by means of a certain catch, so that to the uninitiated it always seemed locked, whereas to the initiated it would open any minute. Annie was one of the initiated. She let herself out, being very careful to close the door after her, so that it would respond to that same apparently gentle touch when she wished to come back. It was most important that she should make all things right with regard to the door, as by that means she saved at least half an hour of her most precious time. Oh, if only Miss Phillips could see her now. Where was the pallid, suffering girl? Surely she was not represented by this red-faced, panting, strong-looking creature who was careering along the dusty roads en route for Hendon. By and by she reached the suburbs, turned down a side street, and knocked loudly at a little green door. The door was opened by a woman who was evidently at once the owner of the house and her own servant. "How do you do, Miss Brooke?" she said, looking at Annie in some astonishment. "I am very sorry indeed, miss, but Susie has been having her bad days, and your dresses are not ready for you. She'll send 'em down this evening, if possible, but when her back aches at its worst she cannot manage the machine, miss, so I do hope, Miss Brooke, that you won't be hard on her." "Not at all, I am very sorry for her," said Annie in her gentle voice. "May I go in and talk to her for a few minutes, Mrs. Martin?" "To be sure, miss, you will find her upstairs in the sewing room." Annie seemed to know her way quite well about this house. She ran up some very steep stairs and entered a low room which had at the end a sloping roof. There was a bed tucked as it were out of sight under the eaves, but right in the fall blaze of the summer sun, and where the room was most stiflingly hot, sat a very pallid girl with a large, overhanging brow, pale, tired-looking eyes, and a sensitive mouth. The girl was bending over a large sewing machine, the work of which she was guiding with her hand, while her feet worked the treadles. The moment she saw Annie she looked at her with a great rush of color spreading over her face. "Why, Miss Brooke," she said. "Ah," said Annie, "you are behaving very badly indeed to me, Susie. I have just seen your mother, and she says that your back is so bad you can't do your machining, and in consequence my work, mine, Susan, is not finished. Oh Susan, it is somebody else's dress you are making now, and you are quite well enough to do your machining. I am surprised." "It is true what mother said, all the same, miss," replied the girl, interrupting her words as she spoke with a great and exhausting fit of coughing. "I ain't fit for no work, and this room is that stifling with the sun pouring in and no means of opening more than that little crack of the window. I haven't done your work, miss, for I knew you would be kind, and Mrs. Hodge at the mill is so cross if I don't carry out her least wish. But I did indeed, miss, to go on with your things this afternoon. I did most truly, miss, for it's a real pleasure to work for you, Miss Brooke." "Never mind my things today," said Annie, "you're not fit, and that is the simple truth. You ought to go downstairs, Susan, and get your mother to take you into the park, that is what you want." "I may want it, miss," said Susan, "but I won't get it, for mother have her hands full with the parlor lodger and the drawing room lodger. Much time she do have for walking out with me as though I were a fine lady." "Poor Susie," said Annie, "and you so clever, too." "Ah, miss, nothing frets mother like me thinking myself clever. She says that all I want is to know the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, that's how she calls 'em. She hates my books, miss, and as to my thoughts, oh, dear Miss Brooke, you are the only one in all the world as knows about them." "And I want to help you," said Annie. "I have come here all the way this morning to ask you to lend me that manuscript book of yours. I mean to show your lovely poems to a great, clever, and learned man, and if by chance he should publish any of them, you would be famous, Susan, and you need never do this horrible grinding work any more." "Oh, miss," said the poor girl, "you don't say so. I do say so, Susie, and I suppose I ought to know. Give me the book, dear, at once, don't keep me, for I haven't a minute. These are school hours, and I had to pretend I had a headache in order to get away to see you. You must let me manage about your poetry, Susie, and of course you will never tell. Why, miss, is it likely? Well, fetch the book, then. Susie crossed the room, went on her knees before an old chest of drawers, and with the color now high in her wasted cheeks and her light eyes darker with emotion, she presented the treasured book to Annie. There is my last bit, miss, you will find it at the end. It's Thoughts on the Sunset. I was thinking them in reference to my own early death, miss, and they're very affecting indeed. Perhaps you will show them the first, miss, for they seem to me the very best I have done. Susie looked with a world of pathos at Annie. Her eyes said as plainly as eyes could speak, "Oh, do read the poem before you go, and tell me what you think of it." Annie read the message in the eyes, but had not an idea of acceding to poor Susie's wish. You will have your book back in a few days, she said, and I do hope I'll have good news for you, and here is half a crown, and you needn't hurry about my things. Goodbye, Susie. Do go into the park if you can. Susan nodded. She felt so grateful to Annie, and so excited, that she could not speak. With the book tucked under her arm, Annie flew downstairs. She was much annoyed at being intercepted in the passage by Mrs. Martin. I do hope, miss, said that poor woman, that you ain't been hard on my girl. She does to her very best, for, what with the unpickin' of your old dresses, and what with tryin' to turn 'em into new ones, it don't seem as though it were worthwhile. You pays her very little, miss, and what with never givin' her anythin' new, it don't seem worth the trouble, that it don't. Oh, I am so sorry, said Annie, who in her moment of victory was inclined to be kind to anyone, but, you see, I take an interest in Susan for other matters. She is not well, and she wants rest. I am so glad to have someone to alter my old things, and if I did not give the work to Susan, I should have to employ a girl I know at home. But I will try, I really will, to give her some new plain cotton dresses to make for me later on. In the meantime, Mrs. Martin, I have been recommending her to go for a walk in the park. She has great talent, and her life ought not to be sacrificed. There, miss, said Mrs. Martin, putting her arms akimbo and looking with great dissatisfaction at Annie. It's you as encourages her in scribblin' of that poetic stuff. Never did I hear such rubbish in all my born days. If it wasn't for you, miss, she would burn all the stuff instead of sittin' up a composin' of it. What with sunsets, and deathbeds, and heartaches, and green grass, and other nonsense, I don't know where I be when I listen to her words, I don't really. I see you've got the book under your arm now, miss, and I do wish you'd burn it, that I do. It would hurt her very much indeed if I did, said Annie, for a further thought had darted through her brain at Mrs. Martin's words. Here would be an easy way to hide her own deed forever and ever. If Mrs. Martin sanctioned the burning of her daughter's book, surely Annie's wicked scheme would be concealed forever. I agree with you, said Annie, that it is bad for poor Susan to write so much poetry. Her heart is set on it, I know, still, if you disapprove. That I do, miss, I wish you'd give me the book now, and I'll keep it under lock and key. No, no, said Annie eagerly. Don't do that on any account whatever. I have thought of a much better plan. She has lent me the book, for I promised to read her poems, poor girl. And to talk 'em over with a friend of mine. I need not give 'em back to her for the present. Oh, miss, I'd be that grateful if you'd keep 'em all together. I don't see that I can quite do that. Still, if you wish it. I do, miss, that I do. Well, goodbye for the present. You mustn't keep me now, as I am in a great hurry. Mrs. Martin moved aside, and once more Annie pursued her way up the dusty road. The postern door presented no hindrance when she reached it, and by, with a sigh of relief, she found herself in the cool shade of the grounds. How inviting looked that hammock under the trees! But she had not a moment of time to indulge in rest just then. Unperceived by anyone, she managed to reach her room. She locked the door. She made a quick selection from poor Susan's verses. She then calmly dressed, washed her face and hands, and when early dinner was announced, took her place at table. The girls were all pleased to see her, and when she assured them that she was as well as ever they all congratulated her. Priscilla Weir sat at table near Annie. Priscilla was not looking well. The headache which Annie pretended to have was in reality possessed by poor Priscilla. She was easily startled, too, and changed color when anyone addressed her in a hurry. Towards the end of the meal, as the girls were about to leave the room, she bent towards Annie and said, "Is it really true that Mabel Lushington is going to read some poems at 4 o'clock this afternoon?" "She is going to read some of her own poems." "Why not?" said Annie. She spoke defiantly. "Her own poems," echoed Priscilla, a world of scorn in her voice. "Yes, why not?" said Annie. Priscilla was silent for a minute. Then she said in a very low voice, "I know how clever you are, but even your genius cannot rise to this. I have seen you struggle to make even the slightest rhyme when we have been playing at making up verses. You can't manage this." "Never mind," said Annie. She jumped up almost rudely. The next minute she had seized Mabel by the arm. "We have half an hour. Come with me at once to my room." Mabel did so. When they reached the room, Annie locked the door. "Now then," she said, "who's a genius? I said I would find a way out. Sit down immediately before my desk and write what I tell you." "Oh Annie, what do you mean?" "I mean exactly what I say, and the fewer questions you ask the better. I will dictate the poem, and you shall copy it." But," said Mabel, turning from red to white, "it isn't, I hope, from a printed book. I have thought of that. I have been so frightfully miserable that I've thought of everything, but that would be so terribly unsafe." "This is not unsafe at any rate," said Annie. "Now you begin. Write what I tell you." Annie's look of triumph and her absolutely fearless manner impressed Mabel. She wrote as best she could to Annie's dictation, and soon two of poor Susan Martin's attempts at verse were copied in Mabel's writing. "There you are," said Annie. "That sunset one will take the cake, and that pretty little one about my favorite cat will come home to everyone." "But I haven't a favorite cat," said Mabel, "and why ever should I write about it?" "Did you never in the whole course of your life," was Annie's answer, "hear of a poet's license? You can write on anything, you know, if you are a poet." "Can I?" replied Mabel. "Then I suppose the cat will do." "It will do admirably." "I hope," said Mabel, "they won't question me afterwards about the animal. It sounds exactly as though it were my own cat, and everyone in the school knows that I can't even touch a cat." "What a pity you didn't tell me that before," said Annie, "and I would have chosen something else. But there's no time now, we must fly downstairs immediately." "You are clever, Annie. I can't think how you got these poems. But the sunset one sounds dreadful too. I never even looked at a sunset. And then there's the thoughts about dying, as if I could know anything of that." "You must read 'em as pathetically as you can," said Annie, "and make the best of a bad job. I believe they'll go down admirably. Now then, fold them up and put 'em away, and don't let's be found closeted together here." Sharp at 4 that afternoon Mabel appeared before her assembled schoolfellows and read, it must be owned rather badly, first some lines to a favorite cat, and then thoughts on the sunset. The poems were not poetry in any sense of the word, nevertheless, there was a vague sort of far-off suggestion of poetry about them. It is true the girls giggled at the thought of Mabel and her cat, and were not specially impressed by the violet and rose tints of the sunset, or by the fact that florid, large, essentially living-looking Mabel should talk of her last faint breath, and of the time when she lay pale and still and was a corpse. She read the lines, however, and they seemed thoroughly genuine. When she had finished she looked at her companions. "Well, I'd like to say, I'm blowed," said Agnes, while Constance Smedley, the head girl of the school, said in a low tone, "I congratulate you, Mabel, and I'm very much surprised. There is no saying what you will do in the future, only I hope you won't speak of dead people as causes, for I dislike the term." "And of course after this," said a merry, round-faced girl who had hitherto not spoken, "we will expect to have further lines on pussy, poor pussy, and, oh, Mabel, what a cheat you are. And you always said you loathed cats." At this instant one of the youngest girls in the school rushed up and flung a tabby cat into Mabel's lap. The cat was large, a very rough specimen of the race. Being angry at such treatment, it unsheathed all its claws. Mabel shrieked with terror, and flung the poor animal aside with great vehemence. "Oh, poor pussy, laughed the others, "but she loves you all the same. When pussy comes, so sleek and warm, and rubs against my knee, I think we're safe from every harm, my pretty cat and me." "Oh Mabel, you are a humbug. I hate cats," burst from Mabel. Annie turned pale for a minute, but her self-composure did not long desert her. "Being a poet, you know, you're quite certain to be a little mad at times," she remarked. "All poets are. I suppose you had a mad fit, dear Mabel, when you wrote about your favorite cat." I thought so. I think so, and I think I am mad now, said Mabel, marching away from the others as she spoke, and plunging into the cool depths of the paddock. At that moment, more than cats, she hated herself, she hated Annie, she hated Priscilla. What an awful tissue of lies she was weaving round herself. Surely another year at Mrs. Littleton's school would have been much better than this. But, alas, it is not given to us to retrace our steps. Mabel had taken up a position, and there was nothing for it now but to abide by it. To confess all that she had done, to demand the money back from Priscilla, to stay on at school, were greater feats than she had courage to perform. And even if she were willing to do this, was not Annie always by her side, Annie, who did not repent, who was feathering her own nest so nicely, and who was priding herself on having overcome the immense difficulty of proving poor, stupid Mabel a poet. The great day of the prize-giving followed soon after, and, to the unbounded astonishment of the girls, Mabel Lushington's essay on idealism won the first literature prize. The essays were not read by the girls themselves, but by one of the teachers who had a beautiful voice and that dear enunciation which makes every word tell. The vote in favor of Mabel was unanimous. Her paper had thought, it had even style. In all respects it was far above the production of an ordinary schoolgirl, and beyond doubt it was far and away the best essay written. Priscilla's paper passed muster, but it did not even win the second prize. Mabel looked quite modest and strikingly handsome when the great prize was bestowed upon her, a magnificent edition of all the great English poets, bound in calf and bearing the school coat of arms. Mrs. Littleton, more astonished than pleased, was nevertheless forced to congratulate Mabel. She turned soon afterwards to one of the girls. "I must confess," she said, "that I never was so surprised in my life." "I should have been just as amazed as you," answered Constance, "but for the fact that there is far more in Mabel than anyone has the least idea of. She is a poet, you know." "A poet, my dear?" "Yes, indeed she is. We simply would not believe it, but she read us some of her verses. A few, of course, were nothing but drivel, but there were lines on the sunset which quite amazed me, for they were full of thought." "I am glad to hear it, Constance. Nevertheless, I may as well confess to you that my feelings at the present moment are mingled ones. I wanted Priscilla to win the prize." Meanwhile Mabel, surrounded by glory, her schoolfellows and the different visitors who had come to the school for the occasion crowding round her and congratulating her, had no longer any feeling of remorse. She acknowledged that Annie was right, and loved Annie, for the time being, with all her heart. It was Annie herself who took the telegram to the post office to convey the great information to Lady Lushington. It was Annie herself who was the happy recipient of the reply which came later on that evening. The words of Lady Lushington's telegram were brief. "Congratulation. True to my word. Join me in Paris on Friday. Writing to Mrs. Littleton." The three girls with whom this story first opened were together once more in the private sitting room at Littleton School. When Mabel had read her telegram she flung it across to Priscilla. "Then all is well," she said, "and we owe it to Annie." "Yes," said Priscilla. "And I have had a telegram," she added, "an hour ago. It is from Uncle Josiah. He wishes me to remain with Mrs. Littleton during the vacation. He doesn't care that I should return home at present." "Well, that will suit you exactly, won't it?" said Annie. "I suppose so. I only wonder what Mrs. Littleton will say. And I am going to my uncle. We all break up tomorrow, but you and I shall meet again in the autumn, Priscilla. You will have to say goodbye to dear old Mabel now." "You must wish me luck," said Mabel. "I won't forget my part. You need have no anxiety about your school fees." "Uncle Josiah seems pleased on the whole that I should remain," answered Priscilla, "although I cannot make out the wording of his telegram, but I do wonder what arrangement he will make for paying Mrs. Littleton." "If he cannot pay her you ought to go back," said Annie, who did not at all wish to have this additional expense laid at Mabel's door. She wished as much as possible of Mabel's money should be devoted to herself. "But I suppose you will hear in the morning." "Yes, I suppose so," said Priscilla. "You look pretty miserable, Prisky. I wonder why, seeing all that Mabel and I have done for you." "All that I have done for you, you mean," said Priscilla. "Well, I like that," said Annie. "I will speak out for once," said Priscilla, her eyes flashing fire and her pale face becoming suffused with color. "I have gone under, and I hate myself. The hour of triumph today ought to have been mine. Don't you suppose that I feel it? I loathe myself so deeply that I don't think I am even a good enough girl to help my aunt in the housework at home, and I pity the village dressmaker who would have me apprenticed to her. I am so bad that I loathe myself. Oh, you think that I shall be happy. You don't know me, I can never be happy again. Mabel's face immediately became pale. She looked at Priscilla as though she were going to cry. It was Annie who took the bull by the horns. Now, this is sheer nonsense, she said. You know perfectly well, Priscilla, that no better thing could have been done than what has happened today. In the first place, you are not disgraced, for the essay you read was quite creditable. It ought to have been, indeed, seeing that it was my work. And, in the second place, you have a year's schooling guaranteed. With your brains, think what you will achieve, a fine scholarship at least, and then Girton as your reward. You mean to say that for the sake of some little pricks of conscience you would not take these advantages? Of course you will. Indeed, you have done so, so there's no good saying anything more about it. I know there isn't, said Priscilla. I don't expect sympathy, I deserve all that I can get. She left the room as she spoke. Oh, isn't she quite too dreadful? Said Annie. I don't know, answered Mabel, I expect I'd feel much the same if I were she. The next day Priscilla received a letter from her uncle. She had written to tell him that the funds for another year's schooling had been provided for her. My dear Priscilla, he wrote, I am more disappointed than glad at your news, but of course, if a friend wants to pay for your schooling, I don't interfere. You say that you hope to win a scholarship at the end of the term. That may or may not be the case. All that I can say is that I hope you will get it, for it is my intention to wash my hands of you. I made you a sensible offer, and you have rejected it. Your aunt and I agree that as you are too grand for us, we, on our part, are too poor for you. Henceforth you may look to your father in India for any assistance you may require. But as I don't want to be hard on you, I am willing to pay a small sum for your support during the coming holidays, which I wish you to spend at Littleton School. I enclose money herewith, £5. I have no doubt the mistress will keep you for that, for it will more than cover your consumption of food. Goodbye, my dear Priscilla. I look upon you as an instance of want of gratitude. You are too fine a lady for your aunt and me, your uncle, Josiah. Chapter 9. The Rector. It was a pretty old rectory to which Annie Brooke was going in order to spend the first week of her holidays. It was situated on the borders of Wales, and the scenery was superb. Mountains surrounded it, and seemed, after a fashion, to shut it in. But these glorious mountains, with their ever-changing, ever-shifting effects of light and shade, their dark moments, their moments of splendor, were all lost upon such a nature as that of Annie Brooke. She hated the rectory. Her feelings towards Uncle Maurice were only those of toleration. She loathed the time she spent there, and now the one thought in her breast was the feeling that her emancipation was near, and that very soon she would be on her way to gay Paris to join Mabel Lushington. Yes, Annie had achieved much, if those actions of hers could be spoken of in such a light. She had won that which she desired. Priscilla remained at school. Mabel had left Littleton School, and she, Annie, was to join her friend on the continent. Still, of course, there was a small thing to be done. Uncle Maurice must produce the needful. Annie could not travel to Paris without money, and Uncle Maurice must supply it. She did not anticipate much difficulty in getting the necessary sum from her uncle. Her dress was, of course, very unsuitable for the time of triumph she hoped to have in the gay capital and during her time abroad with Lady Lushington and Mabel. But nevertheless, she was not going to fret about these things in advance, and perhaps Uncle Maurice would be good for more than the money for her journey. She was seated now in a high gig, her uncle himself driving her. He had come to meet her at the nearest railway station 10 miles away, and as the old horse jogged along and the old gig bumped over the uneven road, Annie congratulated herself again and again on having such a short time to spend at home. Mr. Brooke was an old clergyman approaching 70 years of age. He had lived in this one parish for over 40 years. He loved every stone on the road, every light on the hills, every bush that grew, every plant that flowered, and as to the inhabitants of the little parish of Rashley, they were to old Maurice Brooke as his own children. He was pleased to see Annie, and showed it now by smiling at her from time to time and doing his best to make her comfortable. "Is the rug tucked tightly round you, Annie?" he said. "You will feel the fresh air a bit after your time down south. It's fine air we have in these ports, none finer in the land, but it's apt to be a little fresh when you come new upon it. And how are you, my dear girl? I've been looking forward to your holidays. There's a great deal for you to do, as usual." "Oh, uncle," said Annie, "but you know I don't like doing things." My love," said the old clergyman, "but we have to do them, all the same, when they come to us in the guise of duty." That is what I hate, said Annie, speaking crossly. Don't let's worry about them tonight, Uncle Maurice, I have had a long journey, and am tired. Poor bit thing, said the old man. He stopped for a minute to pull the rag up high around Annie's knees. Mrs. Shelf is so pleased at your coming back, Annie. She looks to you to help her with the preserving. She is not as young as she was, and her rheumatism is worse. Oh, I hate rheumatic old folks, thought Annie, but she did not say the words aloud. By and by they reached the rectory, and while the rector took old Rover back to his stable, Annie ran into the house. The rectory was large and rambling, and had this page missing. You are looking well, my dear, said the woman, and I am glad you are back, for we want young life about the old place. You won't have it long, said Annie. Mrs. Shelf took no notice. The raspberries are past, she said, but there are a good few gooseberries still to preserve, and there are the early pears coming on. They make beautiful jam, if boiled whole with cloves and lemon peel and a little port wine thrown in. But you must stand over them the whole time in order to keep them from breaking. Then there are the peaches, I set store by them, and always put them in bottles and bury them in the garden. There are gherkins, too, for pickling, and there are a whole lot of walnuts. We mustn't lose a day about pickling the walnuts, or they'll be spoiled. We might begin over some of the jams tomorrow. What do you think? You may if you like, Shelfie, said Annie, but I shan't. I have only come here for a visit. I'm off to Paris immediately. You off to Paris, said the old woman. Highty-tighty, what will your uncle say? Uncle Maurice will say just what I like him to say, answered Annie. Please have a chop or something nice for my supper, for I can't stand slops. And is my room ready? I hope so, child. I told Peggy to see to it. Peggy was not the best of servants, and Annie's room was by no means in a state of immaculate order. It was a large room, but, like the rest of the house, very badly furnished. There was a huge old four-poster for the girl to sleep in, and there was a little rickety table which held a looking-glass with a crack down the middle, and there was a cracked wide basin and jug on another table at the farther end of the room. Of wardrobe there was none, but a large door, when opened, revealed some shelves and a hanging press. Oh, it is just as of old, thought the girl, an intolerable, horrid place. I could never live here, never, and what's more, I won't. How wise I was to make provision for myself while at school. I declare, bad as I thought the old place, I didn't imagine it to be quite so ramshackle. While these thoughts were rushing through Annie's mind, she was brushing out her pretty golden hair and arranging it becomingly round her small head. Then she straightened and tidied her dress, and presently ran downstairs, her trim little figure quite stylish looking for that old house, and pretty enough, in the rector's opinion, to gladden any place which she chose to grace. Old Mr. Brooke loved Annie. She was all he possessed in the world. He had never married, and when his only brother, on dying, had left the child to his care, he had vowed to be a father to her, to bring her up well, and to do the best he could for her. Annie was the child of an English father and an Italian mother. In appearance she had taken in every respect after her father's race, being fair, with all the attributes of the Saxon, but in her nature she had some of the craftiness which distinguishes the Italian. Hers was a difficult nature to fathom, and to a very high-minded man like the Reverend Maurice Brooke she was a problem he could never solve. For a couple of years past he had owned himself puzzled by Annie. When she was a little child she delighted him, but more and more, as she returned from school for each holiday, he felt that there was something behind. She was frank with him, she grumbled quite openly in his presence. These things he did not mind, but he was sure there was something behind the grumbling, and that fact puzzled and distressed him. Still, he looked forward to the weeks which Annie spent at Rashley Rectory as the golden periods of his life. All the little pleasures and indulgences were kept for this time. When my niece comes back we'll do so and so, was his favorite remark. When Annie comes, Mrs. Shelf, we must have that new tarpaulin put down, and don't you think her room ought to be repapered and painted for her? Girls like pretty things, don't they? But Mrs. Shelf read Annie's nature far more correctly than did her old uncle. If I were you, Mr. Brooke, she said, I wouldn't spend money on that girl until I knew what she was after. Maybe she won't take to the room when it's painted and papered. Won't take to it, he replied, but naturally she'll take to it, Mrs. Shelf, for it will be her own room, where, please God, she will sleep for many long years, until, indeed, she finds another home of her own. Mrs. Shelf was silent when the rector said these things. But, somehow, the room was not papered, nor was the old paint renewed, and Annie failed to notice these facts. Well, my little girl, he said on the present occasion, as they both sat down to supper in a small room which opened out of the study, it's a sight for Sarah to see you back again, and well you look, Annie, well and bonny. He looked at her admiringly. She was not at all a beautiful girl, but she was beautiful to him. You have a look of my brother Geoffrey, he said. Ah, Geoffrey, dear fellow, was remarkably good-looking. Not that looks signify much, Annie, we ought never to set store by them. It is the beauty of the mind we ought to cultivate, my love. Well, said Annie, I'd like to be handsome. I don't see, for my part, why I should not have both. What do you think, uncle? That would be as the Almighty chose, he replied. But come now, my love, time passes quickly. I often forget, myself, how the years run on. How old are you, my dearie? I was 17 my last birthday, Uncle Maurice, quite grown up, you know. Why, to be sure, he replied. Your mother was married at 17, poor young thing. But in these days we are more sensible, and girls don't take the burden of life on them while they are still children. You are a schoolgirl yet, Annie, and won't be anything else for another year at least. Oh, all right, uncle, said Annie, who had no wish to change Littleton School for the dullness of Rashley Rectory. But the months fly on, said the old man. Help yourself to a roast apple, my dear. And before we know where we are, he continued, you'll have left school and be back here with me. I look forward to that time, my little Annie. There will be a power of things for you to do, and the parish will be all the better for your society. Annie shuffled her feet and grew red. The old rector did not especially notice her. He was absorbed in contemplation. He had eaten his large bowl of Quaker oats, and now he laid the spoon on his plate and gazed into the fire. It's a fine thing, he said, to be able to help the poor and needy. I always say to myself, when my bit Annie comes back we'll do so and so. We'll have more mothers' meetings and classes for young women. There are some mill hands near here, Annie, who are neglected in their spiritual part shamefully. They want a lady like yourself to understand them and to show them what girls ought to know. You might have sewing classes, for instance, and you might read aloud to them just to interest them, you know. I have been thinking a lot about it. And then what do you say to a Sunday afternoon class, just in one of the big rooms here, for the mill hands? It would be a pretty bit of work, and I wouldn't be above catching them, so to speak. By guile, I mean that I would give them tea and cake. Mrs. Shelf wouldn't mind. We'd have to manage her, wouldn't we, Annie? Yes, uncle, said Annie, yawning, yes. Then there's a carving class for the young men. I wouldn't mind that so much as the other, said Annie suddenly. Now, that is really nice of you, my child, for those rough mill hands are often very troublesome. I would always accompany you myself to the carving class. We'd get our patterns from London, and you would encourage 'em a bit. Only I can't carve, said Annie. Well, that needn't be a difficulty, for it is easy to learn, I am told, and you might have lessons during your last term at school. Oh, there'll be a deal for you to do, my pretty one, and no minute left unemployed. And you, all the time while you are so busy, the very sunshine of your old uncle's life. Am I, Uncle Maurice? She asked. Are you that? He replied. He rose and held out his arms to her. Aren't you just all I've got? He said, all I have got. She allowed him to kiss her, and even faintly responded, for she had made up her mind not to trouble him about Paris that night. After a time he allowed her to go to bed, which she was exceedingly glad to do. But when she had flung herself in her bed and was quickly lost in slumber, the old man himself sat up and thought a great deal about her, and prayed for her not a little. She is a bonny lass, and a pretty one, he said to himself, and, thank the Lord, I don't see a trace of that dark-eyed mother about her. She takes after Geoffrey, the best of men. Yes, she is a good child, and will settle down to my busy life here, I make no doubt, with great equanimity. I have much to be thankful for, and my Annie is the apple of my eye. All the same, I do wish, that she was just a little more responsive. The next day Annie awoke with the lark. She jumped up, and long before breakfast was out of doors. The house was shabby enough, but the rectory garden was a place to revel in. The rector cared nothing about indoor decoration, but his hobby was his garden. Lawns with some of the finest turf in England rolled majestically away from the house towards the swift-flowing river at the other end of the grounds. There were gay parterres filled with bright flowers. There were shrubberies and paddocks, and even a labyrinthine and old Elizabethan walk where the yew trees were cut into grotesque forms of foxes and griffins. There was an old sundial, which at one time used to interest Annie but which she had long ceased to notice, and there was a kitchen garden, which ought to have delighted the heart of any young person, for not only were the vegetables first class but here was to be found the best fruit in the neighborhood. The rector was celebrated for his peaches and apricots, his pears, his apples, his nuts. He had a long vinery full of choice grapes, and there were hotbeds containing melons of the finest flavor, and there were even, and these were as a crown of all crowns to the old rector, pines growing here in perfection. Annie was too self-loving and too keenly appreciative of the good things of life not to like the old garden. She forgot some of her grievances now as she walked here and there, helping herself indiscriminately to the ripest and beet fruit. By and by the postman was seen coming up the avenue. Annie ran to meet him. She had been delayed for a day in leaving Littleton School, and she knew, therefore, that Mabel's invitation would probably arrive at Rashley Rectory this morning. Yes, here it was in Mabel's own writing. Annie looked at the outside of the envelope for a minute or two with intense appreciation, then she deliberately opened it and took out 2 letters. The first was from no less a person than Lady Lushington herself. My dear Miss Brooke, I write by Mabel's wish to beg of you to join my niece and myself here early next week. We are going to Switzerland, where we hope you will accompany us, but will remain here at the Grand until Wednesday. If you can manage to be with us on Tuesday night, that will be quite time enough. I hope your uncle will spare you to us, and you may assure him that while you are my guest you will be treated as though you were my child, and will have no expense of any sort. Looking forward to making your acquaintance, and with my compliments to your uncle, believe me, yours sincerely, Henrietta Lushington. Hurrah! Hurrah! Cried Annie. She read the other letter, but more carelessly. Lady Lushington's was the important one. Mabel wrote, Dear Annie, it is all right. Don't fail to be with us on Tuesday night. Aunt Henrietta will send Parker to meet you at the Gare du Nord, and you will doubtless find some escort to bring you to Paris. It's great fun here, although the weather is very hot, and we are dying to be away amongst the cool mountains of Switzerland. Aunt Henrietta goes to all the fashionable hotels, and dresses exquisitely, so if you can screw a little money out of that old flint of an uncle of yours, so much the better, but even if you are shabby, I dare say I can manage to rig you up. Your affectionate friend, Mabel Lushington. P.S. That awful bill has not come yet. I shake when I think of it. P.S. Number 2. I am very glad now that I took your advice. It is heavenly to be emancipated. I wouldn't be back at that odious school for a kingdom. Do come quickly. Armed with these letters, Annie now entered the same little room where she and her uncle had partaken of their supper on the previous night. Chapter 10. The illness. Mr. Brooke was not very well. He was subject to very severe headaches, and had at these times to stay quiet. Annie might have noticed by his languid brown eyes and his slow and somewhat feeble step that something was wrong with him, had she not been so absorbed in her own pleasure. Good morning, Uncle Maurice, she said. I hope you are hungry for breakfast, for if you are not, I am. I can't manage much this morning, my love, said the old rector. Just a cup of tea, please, and, well, yes, a very small piece of toast. Are you ill? Said Annie a little crossly, for she had small sympathy for suffering. Not exactly, my love. I have a headache, but it will pass. Oh, if you only knew how I suffered from them at school, said Annie in a careless tone. Dear me, isn't this room too hot, Uncle Maurice? Do you mind if I open the window? No, my love, he answered. But when she flung wide the window he shivered slightly, although he would not show his discomfort for the world. Annie helped herself to the excellent breakfast provided by Mrs. Shelf. She was really hungry, and was in excellent spirits. Things were turning out well. Even the rectory would be endurable if she might leave it on Monday. She made a careful calculation in her own mind. This was Friday morning. She would have to go to London on Monday night. She must sleep at a hotel, that would be all the better fun. Then she would start on Tuesday from Victoria Station and arrive in Paris that night. Nothing mattered after that, all would be golden after that. Her reaping time would arrive, her harvest would be ready for her to gather. Oh yes, she was a happy and contented girl this morning. How nice the homemade bread is, she said, and the butter is so good. Have you got cowslip and julep still, Uncle Maurice? Yes, my dear, he answered, brightening up at her interest in the rectory animals, and Julep has such a lovely calf with a white star on her forehead. We have called it after you, Annie. I hope you don't mind. Mrs. Shelf would do it, for she took it into her head that the calf had a look of you. Really, uncle, that's not a compliment, but I don't care. I'll have some of that strawberry jam, if you please. The jam is good, isn't it? Said Mr. Brooke. It is made from the last crop of strawberries. Mrs. Shelf is a first-rate housekeeper. Annie helped herself plentifully. She poured rich cream on the jam, and ate with an epicure's appreciation. At last her appetite was satisfied, and she had time to consider as to when she would break her tidings to Uncle Maurice. "Are you coming out with me?" she asked. "What are we going to do with ourselves this morning?" "Well, my love, I am really sorry, it is most unlucky, I haven't suffered as I am doing today, I may say for months. I suppose it is the excitement of having you back again, little Annie, but I really do fear that until my head gets better I must remain quiet. I get so giddy, my darling, when I try to walk, but doubtless by lunchtime I shall be better. You must amuse yourself alone this morning, my little girl, but I have no doubt that Mrs. Shelf has all kinds of plans to propose to you." Annie stood up. Outside, the garden smiled, but the little room in which they breakfasted, warm enough in the evening, was somewhat chilly now, for it faced due west. "I do want to talk to you so badly," she said, "and, can I just have a few words with you between now and post time? I must write a letter for the post, and I have to consult you about it. I won't worry you, dear, only the thing must be talked about and arranged, so when shall I come to you?" "The post goes early from here," said the rector, "at 1 o'clock. It is 9 now, come to me at 12, Annie. I dare say I shall be all right by then." All right or not, thought Annie, he'll have to hear my little bit of information not later than 12 o'clock. She went out of the room. The rector watched her as she disappeared. He did not know why he felt so depressed and uneasy. His headache was rather worse, and he felt some slight shivers going down his old frame, caused no doubt by the open window. He left the breakfast room and entered his study, where a fire was burning, and where, in his opinion, things were much more comfortable. He did not feel well enough to settle down to any special work. He drew up an easy chair in front of the fire and sat there lost in thought. His darling was safe at home, the apple of his eye was with him. She was all he possessed in the wide, wide world. There was nothing he would grudge her, nothing in reason, but, somehow, he dreaded the time when she would return and talk to him about that letter which must catch the post. Anxiety was bad for him, and his head grew worse. Meanwhile Annie, avoiding Mrs. Shelf, took her writing materials into the garden, and in the sunniest corner penned a long letter to her friend. "Of course I am coming, dear Mabel," she wrote. "I have got to tackle the old uncle at 12 o'clock, but it will be all right. When I have seen him and got the needful, or the promise of it, I will write to Lady Lushington. I am looking forward beyond words to our time together. You need not be uneasy, I will manage the horrid bills. Whatever else your Annie lacks, she is not destitute of brains. Trust to me, dear, to see you through. Oh, I am glad that you appreciate my efforts on your behalf, your loving friend, Annie Brooke." This letter was just written when Mrs. Shelf approached Annie's side. "I wonder now, Annie," she said, "if you would mind riding into Rashley to fetch Dr. Brett. I don't like the state your uncle is in. You could have Dobbin to ride, he's not up to much, but really I think Dr. Brett should come. I don't like Mr. Brooke's appearance. He is so flashed about the face, and so queer in himself altogether." Chapter 11. The letter. "I will go, of course," said Annie, jumping up. "What is the hour, Mrs. Shelf?" "It is 11:45. You had best go at once. If you don't delay you will catch Dr. Brett when he returns home for lunch. Billy can put the saddle on Dobbin for you, and there's the old habit hanging on the peg in your bedroom." Detestable old habit, thought Annie, and horrid Dobbin, and shocking side saddle. Oh dear, but whatever happens, I must get that letter off immediately. "Why are you so slow?" said Mrs. Shelf, looking at the girl with great annoyance. "Your uncle wants medical aid, and he ought to have it." "I will go, of course," said Annie, "but not for a few minutes. Don't fidget, please. I don't believe there is anything serious the matter with Uncle Maurice. He often has these headaches." She went slowly towards the house. Mrs. Shelf stood and watched her. "Well, if there is a heartless piece in the whole of England, it is that girl," thought the good woman. "What my dear master finds to like in her beats me. If she doesn't go off immediately for Dr. Brett, I'll put Dobbin to the gig and drive to Rashley myself." Meanwhile Annie entered the house. Mr. Brooke was lying back in his chair, his face flushed, his hands tremulous. "I am very sorry, my darling," he said when he saw Annie, "but I have been a little bit faint. It will pass, of course, but poor Mrs. Shelf is nervous about me and wants Brett to be called in. I don't suppose it is really necessary. Of course it isn't a bit necessary, Uncle, said Annie. You are just excited because I have come back. Now do listen to me, darling. Your Annie has such a big favor to ask of you. You must not think it unkind of me to speak of it now, but it is so tremendously important. I will go and fetch the doctor immediately afterwards. I will indeed, if you really want him, but don't you think you are just a wee bit nervous? No, dear, not nervous, said the old man. I am really ill. This attack is sudden, but doubtless it will pass, and I must not be selfish. It is horrid to disturb you when your head aches, said Annie. I wish now I had spoken to you this morning. I did not like to when you seemed not quite the thing. I am naturally thoughtful, you know. Yes, yes, my little girl, he answered, patting her hand. I shall be well very quickly now you are back. But, Uncle Maurice, dear, oh, Uncle Maurice. You won't say no. I have an invitation. I want to accept it. It is from a very great lady. Here it is, can you read it? She put Lady Lushington's letter into the old rector's hand. He read the words slowly and with apparent calm. Then he laid it on his knee. For a minute there was silence between the two. Annie's heart was beating hard. At last Mr. Brooks said, You want to go? I want to go, said Annie with emphasis, more than I want anything else in all the wide world. You understand, said the rector very slowly, that I am old and not well. This will be a keen disappointment to me. I know, darling Uncle Maurice, but you are so unselfish. You would not deprive your own Annie of her pleasure. No, Annie, said Mr. Brooke, rousing himself, no longer lying back in his chair, but sitting upright, God knows that I should be the last to do that. You are young, and want your pleasure. Oh, so much. Think what it means. But what sort of woman is Lady Lushington? Uncle Maurice, she is delightful. She is the aunt of my greatest friend, Mabel Lushington, one of my schoolfellows. And yet, said the rector, the aunt of one of your schoolfellows may be the last person I should think it desirable to send you to. I pray God to keep me from the great sin of selfishness, but I would not have you spend your holidays with a woman whom I know nothing about. Before I allow you to accept this invitation, Annie, I must inquire of Mrs. Littleton something with regard to the character of Lady Lushington. Oh uncle, my mind is firmly made up, child. I will write to Mrs. Littleton by this post. If her report is favorable I will give you money to go to Paris, not a great deal, for I am poor, but sufficient. This is all that I can say. But listen, darling uncle. Lady Lushington wants me to meet her at the Grand Hotel in Paris on Tuesday night. You cannot hear in time from Mrs. Littleton. I shall lose my chance of joining Lady Lushington and Mabel. Oh, do be reasonable. Annie, I have made up my mind. I will not give you 1 farthing to join this woman until I know something about her from one who is at least acquainted with her. My child, don't be angry, I am absolutely determined. Then you are unkind. It is dreadful of you, said Annie. She burst into petulant tears and ran out of the room. Here was a checkmate. What was to be done? She was trembling from head to foot. Her heart was full of anger, such anger as she had not known for years. Mrs. Shelf was hovering about outside. Oh, what is it? Said Annie. Why do you follow me? I want you to go at once to fetch the doctor. I have ordered Dobbin to be saddled, and Billy will bring him round to the front door for you. Do rush upstairs and put on your riding habit. Be quick, child, be quick. Annie flew upstairs. The village of Rashley was between 3 and 4 miles away, for the old parish was a very extensive one, and the rectory happened to be situated a long way from the village. Annie had just sprung into the saddle, and was arranging her habit preparatory to riding to Rashley, when Mrs. Shelf came out. Take this to the butcher's, Annie, she said, handing the girl a letter, and be sure you get a receipt from him. Ask him to give you what I have ordered on this piece of paper, and bring it back with you. All right, said Annie carelessly. She started on her ride. When she had gone a very short way she dropped the reins on the old pony's neck and began to think. She had never for a single moment expected the obstacle which now stood between her and her desires. She had thought that she could easily get round Uncle Maurice, but she had not really analyzed his character. He was unselfish of the unselfish, that she knew, but she had failed to remember that he was a man who was always actuated by the very highest religious principles. He was, in short, unworldly. To do right meant far more with him than to be great and grand and rich and powerful. All those things which to Annie meant life and happiness were less than nothing to Uncle Maurice. Lady Lushington might be the richest and the grandest woman on earth, but if she was not also a good woman, nothing would induce him to entrust one so precious as Annie to her care. The rector would make his inquiries, nothing that Annie could do would stop him. Even supposing the result were favorable, which Annie rather doubted, for she knew quite well that Lady Lushington was a most worldly woman, the plans made for her by the great lady in Paris could not be carried out. It was already too late to post a letter to Mrs. Littleton that day. Even if she were still at Littleton School, she could not get it before Sunday morning, and her reply, under the most favorable circumstances, could not reach the little old Welsh rectory until Tuesday morning. But in all probability Mr. Brooke's letter would have to follow Mrs. Littleton, who had doubtless long before now left Hendon. Mrs. Littleton's answer would, therefore, be late, and when it came it would most likely not be what Annie desired. Whatever happened, Mrs. Littleton would tell the truth. She was the sort of woman who never shirked her duties. At the best, therefore, Annie could not reach the Grand Hotel in Paris by Tuesday night, and at the worst she could not go at all. Was she, who had sinned so deeply in order to obtain her heart's desire, to be balked of everything at the 11th hour? Was Priscilla to have things to her liking? Was Mabel to have a great and royal time? And was Annie to be left alone, all alone, in the hideous rectory, with one stupid woman to talk to her about preserves and pickles, and one stupid old man? Oh, well, he was not quite that. He was a dear old uncle, but nevertheless he was rather prosy, and she was young. She could not endure her life at the rectory. Something must be done. She was thinking these thoughts when she suddenly saw advancing to meet her a gig which contained no less a person than Dr. Brett. "Oh, doctor," cried the girl, riding up to him, "will you please call at the rectory? How lucky it is that I should have met you. I was going to Rashleigh to leave you a message." "Welcome back from school, Miss Annie," said Dr. Brett, a stout, elderly man with a florid face. "Is anything wrong, my dear?" he added. "I don't think that there is, but Uncle Maurice is fanciful, and Mrs. Shelf more so. Will you just look in and give Uncle something to put him right?" "Of course I will go at once. But, my dear Miss Annie, you are mistaken when you call the rector fanciful. I never knew anyone less so. I have often told him that he overworks, and that he ought to be careful. It is in the head that the mischief lies, and he is an old man, my dear Miss Annie, and has led a strenuous life. I am glad that you met me, it will save time." The doctor drove away, and Annie's first intention was to turn her pony's steps back again in the direction of Rashleigh Rectory, but as she was about to do so her hand came in contact with the letter addressed to Dawson the butcher. She might as well take it on. Anything was better than dawdling away her time at the dull rectory. Then, too, she could post her letter herself to Mabel, adding something to it so as to assure her friend that the question of joining her was only postponed. Besides, but this was an afterthought, there were some things wanted at Dawson's. Annie again touched the letter, and as she did so her eyes rested on the signature. It was in her uncle's well-known hand. She was to give this letter to Dawson, and he was to give her a receipt. A receipt meant that he was to acknowledge some money. Annie's heart gave a sudden leap. Was it possible that there was money in the letter? She felt the crimson color rushing to her cheeks. A suffocating feeling just for a minute visited her heart. Then, urging the pony forward, she rode as fast as she could in the direction of Rashleigh. Chapter 12. Her Great Sin. No one would have supposed that Annie Brooke, brought up so carefully by such an uncle as the Reverend Maurice Brooke, would so easily yield to one temptation after another. But it is one of the most surprising and true things in life that it is the first wrongdoing that counts. It is over the first wrong action that we struggle and hesitate. We shrink away then from the edge of the abyss, and if we do yield to temptation our consciences speak loudly. But conscience is of so delicate a fiber, so sensitive an organization, that if she is neglected her voice grows feeble. She ceases to reproach when reproach is useless, and so each fall, be it great or little, is felt less than the last. A few months ago, even in her young life, Annie would not have believed it possible that she could have brought herself to open her uncle's letter. Nevertheless, a mile out of Rashleigh she did so. Within the letter lay a check. It was an open check, payable to bearer and signed by the rector. The check was for £20. A bill of the butcher's lay within. This bill amounted to £20. The rector, therefore, was sending Dawson, the well-known village butcher, a check for £20 to pay the yearly account. It was the fashion at Rashleigh for the principal tradespeople to be paid once a year. This £20, therefore, stood for the supply of meat of various sorts which was used at the rectory during the year. £20. Annie looked at it. Her eyes shone. "Take this, and you are all right," whispered a voice. "With this you can easily get off to London, and from there to Paris. All you want is money. Well, here is money. You must write to your uncle when you get to Paris, and confess to him then. He will forgive you. He will be shocked, but he will forgive you. Of course he will." Annie considered the whole position. "I have done a lot of uncomfortable things," she thought. "I managed that affair of the essays, and I used poor Susan Martin's poems for my purpose, and I have got Mabel into no end of a scrape. It is my duty to see poor Mabel through. This thing is horrid. I know it is. I hate myself for doing it, but, after all, the money has been thrown in my way. £20. I can buy some little articles of dress, too. Dawson will cash this for me. Oh, of course he will. It does seem as if I were meant to do it. It is the only way out. Uncle Maurice is terrible when he takes, as it were, the bit between his teeth. Yes, I must do it. Yes, I will. It is the only way." Before Annie and her pony had gone another quarter of a mile, Dawson's bill had been torn into hundreds of tiny fragments, which floated away on the summer breeze, and the open check in the old rector's handwriting, with his signature at the bottom and his name endorsing it behind, was folded carefully up in Annie's purse. It was a pretty-looking girl, for excitement always added to Annie's charms, who rode at last into the little village. She went straight to Dawson's, sprang off her pony, and entered the shop. Old Dawson, who had known her from her babyhood, welcomed her back with effusion. "Dear me, now, miss," he said, "I am that glad to see you. How I wish my missus was in. Why, you have grown into quite a young lady, Miss Annie." "Of course," replied Annie, "I am grown up, although I am not leaving school just yet. Please, Mr. Dawson, I want you to give me." She took a piece of paper from her pocket and laid it on the counter. The man glanced at Mrs. Shelf's orders, and desiring a foreman to attend to them, returned to talk to Annie. "And please," continued the girl, her heart now jumping into her mouth, "Uncle would be so much obliged if you could cash this for him." Dawson glanced at the check. "Of course, miss," he said. "How will you have it?" "In gold, please," said Annie. "I can give you £15 in gold, miss. Will you take the rest in a £5 note?" Annie agreed. 2 or 3 minutes later, with her little parcel of meat put into a basket for her, and £20 in her pocket, she was riding towards the post office. There she dismounted, and asking for a sheet of the best note paper, wrote a line to Lady Lushington. It ran as follows. "Dear Lady Lushington, thank you ever so much for your most kind invitation, which I take pleasure in accepting. My uncle is so glad that you have asked me, and I thank you now in his name as well as my own. I shall be in Paris on Tuesday night, so will you kindly send your maid, as you suggest, to meet me at the railway station. Please give my love to Mabel. Yours very sincerely and gratefully, Annie Brooke." When the letter was finished it was put into a separate envelope from the one which had already been written to Mabel, and then the two were addressed and stamped and dropped by Annie's own hand into the box of the village post office. How excited she felt, and how triumphant! Yes, oh yes, she had surmounted every difficulty now, for long before her theft with regard to the check had been discovered she would have left the country. She could be agreeable now to every one. She could smile at her neighbors, she could talk to the village children, and, above all things, she could and would be very, very nice to Uncle Maurice. When she arrived back at the rectory, such a rosy-faced, bright-eyed, pretty-looking girl walked into Mrs. Shelf's presence that good woman hardly knew her. The sulky, disagreeable, selfish Annie of that morning had vanished, and a girl who was only too anxious to do what she could for every one appeared in her place. "I met Dr. Brett, Mrs. Shelf, wasn't it a piece of luck, and sent him on to see Uncle Maurice." "Has he been, Mrs. Shelf?" "Oh yes, my dear, he has, and I am glad to tell you he thinks that your dear uncle, with care and quiet, will soon be himself again. The doctor thinks a great lot of your being here, Annie, and says that your company will do your uncle more good than anything else in the world. He wants cheering up, he says, and to have his mind distracted from all his parish work. I know you will do what you can, won't you?" "Of course I shall," said Annie. "And here are the things from the butcher's," she added. "It was very thoughtful of you, Annie, to ride on to Rashleigh," said Mrs. Shelf. "I did want these sweetbreads. I mean to make a very delicate little stew out of them for your uncle's dinner. The doctor says that he wants a lot of building up. He is an old man, my dear, and if we are not very precious of him, and careful of him, we shan't keep him long. There are few of his like in this world, Annie, and it will be a sad day for many when the Lord calls him. Oh, but that won't be for years and years, said Annie, who disliked this sort of talk immensely. Well, she added, I will go and sit with Uncle now for a bit, and will make his tea for him presently. I know just how he likes it. My dear. You know where his favorite cups and saucers are, and I am baking some specialty cakes in the oven, and you can boil the kettle yourself, can't you, Annie? For I shall be as busy as a bee looking after Peggy and the churning. That wench would try anyone, she hasn't a bit of head on her shoulders. And, by the way, Annie, what about the receipt? You paid Dawson, didn't you? Annie was leaving the kitchen. She turned her head slightly. Dawson will send the receipt, she said. To tell you the truth, I was in such a hurry to get back that I didn't wait for it. Well, my dear, said Mrs. Shelf, that is all right, I expect it will arrive on Monday. The cart won't be here before then, for we've got our week's supply of meat in. It came this morning. Splendid, thought Annie. By Monday I shall be away. She almost skipped into her uncle's study. The old man was better already. He was lying back in his chair, and was reading a paper which had come by the afternoon's post. Ah, here you are, my love, he said. Here I am, uncle. I am so glad I met Dr. Brett. He has made you better already. He has, child, he always does me good. Annie drew a chair forward, and pushed her hair back from her forehead. The impatient look had left her face. It looked tranquil and at its best. By the way, child, said Mr. Brooke, you will want me to write that letter for you. You must not worry about it now, really, uncle, said Annie, laying her hand on his. It will do quite well tomorrow, quite well, she added. You know that whatever your Annie is, she would do nothing to make you worse. My dear little girl, said the old man, deeply affected by what he considered such thoughtfulness, you may be sure that all my thoughts with regard to you are prompted by real love for you. I don't pretend that I have not looked forward very much indeed to these holidays. Nevertheless, I cannot forget that I am old, my love, and you are young. The young must have their day, dear, and the pleasure of the old is to watch 'em enjoying it. While you were out I have been thinking over my little money matters, and I think I can quite manage to give you a few extra pounds over and above your fare to Paris, a £10 note, perhaps, to buy some pretty little articles of dress. Thank you so much, uncle, said Annie, speaking in her sweetest tone. But my dear child, this will depend altogether on what Mrs. Littleton says. But I expect the best, dear, for all her girls are nice, and you say that Miss Lushington is your special friend. My very greatest, said Annie, a sweet girl, a poetess. Indeed, Annie, she shows gifts at this early age. How very interesting. I am always impressed by young efforts, I like to encourage them. You have not by chance any of her little effusions by you? Now Annie had brought poor Susan Martin's manuscript book with her to the rectory. She thought for a minute. Would it be safe to show these verses to the rector? After a minute she said. I think I have. I will look in my trunk after tea. My love, I shall be much interested. I used to indulge in verses when I was young myself, dear. Ah, those far-off days. And I had my dreams of greatness too. We all have our little ambitions when we are young. I wonder what yours are, my little Annie. Oh, I don't want to be clever at all, said Annie, I just want to have a good time, and to make you happy, she added as an afterthought, putting out her small hand and laying it on his. Bless you, my darling, bless you. You are the sunshine of my life. Yes, thank God, I am much better this afternoon, that horrid feeling in my head has passed away. It gives me anxiety now and then, but only on your account, my child. As far as I am concerned, I am ready and waiting, only waiting to obey. I have had my warning, most old people have, dear, but for your sake I would live a little. Of course you will live for many, many years longer, Uncle Maurice, said Annie, rising and kissing him. And now you are not going to be dismal, or to talk horrid things about dying. I am going to give you your tea, you always love the tea that Annie makes for you. She flitted out of the room. She was the gayest of the gay during the rest of that evening. She chatted, and laughed, and made herself pleasant to everyone, and when Uncle Maurice went to bed, feeling almost quite well again, he thanked God on his knees for having given him so bonny a creature as Annie to be the light and joy of his old age. Meanwhile Annie herself, seated by her open window, with the moonlight falling full upon her, was counting her money, that money which she had stolen from the faithful and affectionate old man. She put it in rows before her on the table. 15 beautiful, bright golden sovereigns, and there was also a £5 note. The note looked a little dirty and as though it had passed through many hands. Annie sat by the window and made her plans. Whether her conscience would prick her by and by remained to be proved, but on the present occasion it was quite tired out, stupefied by all those things which miserable Annie had done to try it. She felt, therefore, quite at her ease, and made her arrangements with care. It would not do for her to arrive in Paris before the appointed evening. She had, therefore, the whole of tomorrow to spend at the rectory, and also the whole of Sunday. Monday, too, might be spent there, and she would have done this but for the fact that the butcher's cart called on Monday morning, and that Mrs. Shelf would notice the absence of Dawson's receipt. At first, of course, she would not be greatly surprised, and would content herself with writing him a note demanding it. It might be possible, however, that she would go to Rashleigh to see him. In great astonishment, he would ask many questions of Mrs. Shelf, and would naturally tell her that Annie had cashed the cheque for £20. Annie was positively sure that her uncle would forgive her even so great a sin as this, but she did not want to be in the house when he knew of her guilt. She resolved, therefore, to leave the rectory on Monday morning, of course first writing a little note to her uncle telling him what she had done, in fact, making her confession to him, and begging him to forgive her. There is nothing else for it, she thought. I know the dear old man will be dreadfully disappointed, but he will forgive me, I know he will. That evening Annie neglected even to say that semblance of prayer which she was accustomed to utter before she laid her head on her pillow. Somehow, she dared not pray. The next morning she was up, bright and early, singing gaily about the house. Mr. Brooke had quite recovered. He came to meet her as she ran down into the garden. "Why, Uncle Maurice," cried the girl, "oh, you are naughty." "I am quite well," he answered, "and I have good news for you." "Who do you think is coming to stay here today?" "Whom?" asked the girl. "My cousin's son from Australia, John Saxon. I have not seen him since he was a baby. You will have some fun now, Annie, with a young person in the house." "Is he really young?" said Annie. "Young, my dear? I should think so, about 5 or 26. He's as good a lad as ever walked. I had a long letter from his mother. She says he is going to pay me a visit, and I may expect him, yes, today. You will have something to look forward to now, Annie, if Lady Lushington's character as a worldly-minded woman prevents my sending you to Paris." "But I think I shall go to Paris," said Annie. She looked very pretty and expectant. The rector uttered a slight sigh. "Come in, uncle, I must give you your breakfast, even if 50 John Saxons are coming to pay you a visit." "Oh yes, of course I am glad." But she did not feel so. She had a dim sort of idea that this young man might interfere with her own plans. Chapter 13. Annie's appeal. John Saxon was big and square and muscular. Under ordinary circumstances Annie would have been charmed with his society. He was frankly glad to meet her, and they had not been half an hour in each other's company before they were chatting together as the best of friends. "We are distant cousins, you know," said the young man. "I am so glad you are here, Miss Brooke." "I am glad to be here, too," said Annie, "to welcome you, but you won't have much of my society, for I am going to Paris in a few days." "Are you? I am sorry for that." "Oh, you won't stay long either," said Annie. "You won't be able to stand the place." "But I think I shall like it very much," he replied. "I love the country, and have never seen English country life before. This place doesn't seem at all lonely to me after our life in Tasmania. You haven't an idea what real loneliness is in any part of England, but if you lived 50 or 60 miles away from the nearest neighbor, then you'd have some idea of it." "It must be horrible," said Annie, who was standing that moment in the sunlit garden with an apple tree behind her and her pretty little figure silhouetted against the evening sky. "Not for me," said young Saxon. "I love the life. Your England seems to suffocate me. In London I hadn't room to breathe, and in that Paris to which you are going, Miss Brooke, I really felt ill." "Oh dear," said Annie, "then you have not my sort of nature." He looked at her tentatively. She was fresh and young, and he had never talked to a real English girl before. But, somehow, she did not quite suit him. He was a keen judge of character, and those eyes of hers did not look long enough at anyone. They soon lowered their lids as though they were keeping back a secret, and her pretty little mouth could also look unamiable at times. He hated himself for finding these flaws in a creature whom the rector worshipped, but nevertheless he could not help observing them. Saxon arrived at the rectory on the afternoon of Saturday, and he and Annie had already become, to all appearance, excellent friends. When Sunday dawned he accompanied her to church, where the old rector preached one of the best sermons his affectionate congregation had ever listened to. Saxon and Annie were both long to remember that sermon and all that immediately followed, for on the afternoon of that same day the old man had another attack of drowsiness and giddiness. The doctor was sent for, and shook his head. "He is not at all well," said Dr. Brett. "He is in no condition to stand the slightest shock. He did far too much when he preached today. Oh, Miss Annie, you need not look so dismal. I make no doubt we shall pull him round, but we have got to be very careful." Annie felt puzzled. Of course she was sorry for her uncle, but she had by no means reached the stage when she would give up her pleasure for him. She was, however, alarmed when the doctor said that the old man was in no condition to stand a shock. Was not a shock being prepared for him? Annie knew well how he loved her. She also knew how strong were his opinions with regard to right and wrong, with regard to goodness and wickedness. To old Mr. Brooke Annie's deed would bring such sorrow that his life, already in danger, might go out under the shock. The girl felt herself trembling. She turned away from Saxon. He noticed her agitation, and went into the garden. Saxon felt that he had never liked Annie so much before. "I thought her a rather pretty, rather heartless little thing," he said to himself, "but I am mistaken. She does love the dear old man very truly." Meanwhile Annie was pacing up and down wondering what was to be done. Nothing would induce her to give up Paris, but if only she could go without giving her uncle that terrible shock with regard to the money. All of a sudden a thought darted through her brain. Why should she not ask her cousin, John Saxon, to lend her £20? He had talked quite carelessly about his life in Tasmania last night, and, without intending to do so, had given Annie to understand that he was very comfortably off. The more she thought of borrowing money from her cousin, the more easy did it seem to her. If he gave it to her, she would go very early tomorrow to Rashley, pay Dawson, and bring back the receipt. Then all would be well. She could write a letter to her uncle explaining that she was forced to go to Paris for a little, but if he were really ill, she would not stay very long. In the meantime John Saxon would look after him. As to the money which she was about to borrow, Annie gave her shoulders a shrug. "I'll manage to let John have it some time," she thought. "I don't know how or when, but some time, and I don't think he will be hard on me." Having made up her mind, she returned to the house. Mrs. Shelf, who had been talking to Saxon, came up to her. "You mustn't fret really, Missy," she said. "All the doctor requires is that my dear master should have no anxiety of any sort. I am sure, miss, you would be the very last to give him any, and as we will all be equally careful, he will soon come round again." "Of course I wouldn't hurt Uncle Maurice," cried Annie. "What is he doing at present?" she added. "He is asleep in his study, my dear, and I am going to watch by him this afternoon, for Dr. Brett has given him a composing draught, and would like him to have a long rest. When he wakes I shall be handy to give him his tea. So I was thinking that if you and Mr. Saxon went for a long walk it would do you both a sight of good." "Yes, do come, please," said Saxon, who approached at that moment. "I want to see some of the country that you think so wild." "I shall be delighted," said Annie, who felt that this proposal of Mrs. Shelf's would exactly fit in with her own plans. Soon after 3 o'clock the young people started on their walk. Annie took her cousin on purpose up the hill at the back of the old rectory and into the wildest part of the Paria, for she was determined to have him quite to herself. At last, when she was too tired to go any farther, they both sat down on the edge of a beetling crag, from where they could obtain a superb view both of land and ocean. "Now," said Annie, with a smile, "if you don't call this a wild and desolate spot, I don't know the meaning of the word." "The view is exceedingly fine," replied Saxon, "but as to its being wild, why, look, Miss Annie, look, you can see a little thread of smoke there," and he pointed to his right, and there, he pointed to his left, in fact, all over the place. "Each little thread of blue smoke," he continued, "means a house, and each house means a family, or at least some human beings, and in addition to the human creatures, there are probably horses, and dogs, and cats, and barn-door fowls. Oh, I call this place thickly peopled, if you ask me." Annie shuddered. "I hate it," she said with sudden emphasis. "You what?" asked Saxon, bending towards her. "Hate it," she repeated. "I want to get away." You can't just now, he said, speaking in a low, sympathetic tone. It would be impossible, would it not, while your uncle is so ill? He isn't really ill, said Annie, he just wants care. He wants the sort of care you can give him, repeated Saxon. Or you, said Annie. I, said the young man, how can I possibly do what you would do for him? You can do far better than I, said Annie restlessly. And the fact is, Cousin John, may I call you Cousin John? Call me John, without the cousin, as I will call you Annie if you don't mind. Then we are Annie and John to each other, said the girl, that means that we are friends. Give me your hand, John, to close the compact. She laid her little white hand in his, and he grasped it with right goodwill. John, said Annie, I must confide in you, I have no one else. Of course if I can help you I shall be glad, he said a little coldly, for there was something in her words which brought back his distrust of her. Well, it is just this, I have to go to Paris for a short time. You have, I don't understand. And the painful part, continued Annie, is this, that I am unable to explain. But I can tell you this much. I have a school friend, indeed, 2 school friends, who are both in trouble, and they can't possibly get out of their trouble without my help. If I go to Paris now to join my friend, things will be all right, if I don't go, things will be all wrong. But, excuse me, said Saxon, how can you go when your uncle is so ill? That is it, said Annie. Of course, if he were in real danger I should be obliged to give my friends up. But he is not in danger, John, he only wants care. What I mean to do is this, or rather, I should say, what I should like to do. I would go, say, tomorrow to London, and then across to Paris, and there get through my little business and put things straight for those I love. Annie spoke most pathetically, and her blue eyes filled with tears. She has a feeling heart, thought the young man. Once again his suspicions were disarmed. He drew a little closer to her. She felt that she had secured his sympathy. Can't you understand, continued Annie, that things may happen which involve other people? Can't you understand? It is difficult to know why you cannot speak about them, Annie, replied the young man. Nevertheless, if you say so, it is of course the case. It is the case. I undertook, perhaps wrongly, although I don't think so, to get a schoolfellow what she wanted most in the world last term. I wish you knew her, she is such a splendid, noble girl. She is very clever, too. I will tell you her name, Priscilla Weir. She has such a fine face, with, oh, so much in it, but she is unhappily situated. Her father is in India, and either cannot or will not help her, and she has no mother living, poor darling. And her uncle, her mother's brother, is quite a dreadful sort of creature. Priscilla is, oh, so clever. She has quite wonderful talents. And what do you think this uncle wants to do? Why, to apprentice her to a dressmaker. Think of it, a dressmaker. John Saxon did think of it, but he showed no surprise. One of the nicest girls he knew in Tasmania was a dressmaker. She was very well informed, and could talk well on many subjects. She read good books, and had a dear little house of her own, and often he sat and talked with her of an evening, when the day's work was done and they were both at leisure to exchange confidences. John Saxon was not the least bit in love with the dressmaker, but for her sake now he could not condemn the occupation. He said, therefore, quietly, as long as women wear dresses there must be other women to make 'em, I suppose. I see nothing derogatory in that, Annie, provided your friend likes it. Oh, how can you talk in such a way? Said Annie, her tone changing now to one of almost petulance. Why, if Prisky were turned into a dressmaker she would lose her position, she wouldn't have a chance, she would go under, and she is so clever, oh, so clever. It does not require that sort of cleverness to be a dressmaker. Perhaps not, said Saxon. I begin to understand, your English view of the calling is not ours in Tasmania. And so you want to go to Paris to help this girl? Yes, principally about her. In fact, I may say I am going almost wholly about her. I am not to know the reason. I cannot tell you, for it would betray her. Have you spoken to your uncle on the subject? Yes. And what did he say? Well, said Annie eagerly, it was this way. My other great friend is a certain Mabel Lushington. She is staying with her aunt Lady Lushington, and Lady Lushington most kindly sent me an invitation to join 'em both on Tuesday evening. They are going to take me to Switzerland and pay all my expenses, and of course I shall have a jolly time. But would that help your friend, the prospective dressmaker? Yes, it may sound very puzzling, but if I were to join Mabel Lushington, it would put things all right for my friend. It is puzzling, of course, for me to understand, Annie, but I must take you at your word and suppose that it is so. Indeed it is, John, indeed it is. And I am, oh, so unhappy about it. The blue eyes filled with tears. They looked very pretty as they brimmed over and the tears rolled down the smooth young cheeks. Annie could cry just a little without her appearance being at all spoiled thereby. On the contrary, a few tears added to a certain pathos which came at such times into her face. John Saxon found himself looking at the tears and accepting Annie's view of the matter as quite plausible. "It is very good of you to give me a little of your confidence," he said. "I do," she answered resolutely, "for I want you to help me. Anything in my power that is not wrong I will do," he replied. The firm tone of his voice, and the way in which he said, "anything that is not wrong," damped Annie's hopes for a minute. Then she continued. "I spoke to Uncle Maurice, not telling him, of course, anything about Prisky, but simply expressing a desire to accept the invitation, and he said that I should go and he would find the money if Lady Lushington was all right." "What does that mean?" asked Saxon. "Oh, really, John, it was too bad. You know Uncle Maurice is very narrow-minded. He wanted to write first to Mrs. Littleton to discover what sort of person Lady Lushington was, whether she was worldly or not, but, you see, there is no time, for if I don't join Mabel and Lady Lushington on Tuesday night in Paris I shall not be able to join them at all, for they begin their travels on Wednesday morning and I have not the slightest idea where I can pick 'em up. Besides, I don't know foreign countries. I could perhaps get to Paris, where I should be met, but I couldn't manage Switzerland or any place farther afield. Don't you see that for yourself?" "I do." "Well, John," continued Annie, imperceptibly coming a little nearer to him, "I want you to do this for me. I want to go to Paris, but only for a day or two. I want to see Mabel and put that thing right with regard to poor, dear, clever Prisky, and then, if Uncle Maurice is really ill, I will come back. I know he would let me go if you persuaded him, and I want you to do so, dear John, and as he must not be worried in any way, will you lend me £20 until Uncle Maurice is well enough to be troubled? But you cannot go without telling him, Annie. Of course, my dear, I could and would lend you the money, but even your friend is not so important just now as your uncle. He loves to have you near him. I wish you could have heard how he spoke of you to me. You were his sunshine, his darling, the joy of his heart." "I know I am," said Annie, "and it is what I want to be, and love to be," she added. "But you are here, and there is my dear friend, oh, in such trouble, and she trusts me, and I can put everything right for her. Oh, if you would only lend me £20, and tell Uncle Maurice yourself that I am going away for a few days and will be back again very soon. Won't you lend it to me, John, just because we are cousins, and you have come all the way across the seas, the wide, wide seas, to help me at this pressing moment?" "You affect me, Annie," said the young man. "You speak very strongly. I did not know schoolgirls desired things so badly as all this. £20, it is nothing, it is yours for the asking. Here, I will give it to you now." He put his hand into his pocket and took out 4 £5 notes. "Here," he said, "if this will make you happy and save your friend from the fate of being a village dressmaker, take it, and welcome." "I don't know how to thank you," said Annie, trembling all over. "Oh, I don't know how." "Don't thank me," he replied a little stiffly. "The thing is a mere bagatelle. You shall have it back as soon as possible," said Annie. "At your convenience," he replied. He still spoke stiffly. She folded up the money and pushed the notes inside her gloves. Her whole face had changed, and to John Saxon, who watched her, it had not changed for the better. The pathos and entreaty had gone out of it. It was a hard little face once more, and again he noticed that want of candor and that inability to look anyone straight in the face which he had already observed in her eyes. He wondered uneasily if he had done wrong in lending her the money, but what was he to do? She must really want it, poor little thing. And after all, to Saxon, who was accustomed to great journeys taken at a moment's notice, and who had visited America and most of the habitable globe, although this was his first visit to England, a little trip to Paris meant less than nothing. "When do you propose to go?" he said to the girl when they presently rose to their feet. "I should like to go tomorrow, in fact. I must if I am to meet Mabel and Lady Lushington. Then perhaps it would do if I broke the information to your uncle tomorrow morning." "Yes, that will do quite beautifully. Oh, I don't really know how to thank you." Affect your worthy object, Annie, and I shall have obtained all the thanks I need, was the young man's reply. Chapter 14. It relates to your niece Annie. It seemed to Annie that she had got quite close to John Saxon when he and she sat together on that boulder overhanging the valley below. But when they returned to the rectory, a barrier was once again erected between them. She had little or nothing to say to her cousin, and he had little or nothing to communicate to her. Mr. Brooke was better. He was awake and inclined for company. Annie and Saxon both sat with him after supper. He asked Annie to sing for him. She had a sweet though commonplace voice. She sat down by the little, old piano, played him tunes, and sang 2 or 3 of the best-known hymns. By and by Saxon took her place. He had a lovely tenor voice, and the difference between his singing and Annie's was so marked that Mrs. Shelf crept into the room to listen, and the old clergyman sat gently moving his hand up and down to keep time to the perfect rhythm and the exquisite, rich tones of the singer. "Nearer, my God, to thee," sang John Saxon. Mr. Brooke looked at Annie. Her head was bowed. Instinctively he put out his hand and laid it on her shoulder. "E'en though it be a cross that raiseth me," sang the sweet voice. "A cross that raiseth me," murmured old Mr. Brooke. His hand rested a little heavier on the slim young shoulder. Annie felt herself trembling. Her worldly thoughts could not desert her even at that sacred moment. She had escaped a terrible danger, for even she, bad as she was, would not jeopardize the life of the old man who loved her best in the world. All fear of that was over now, and she would win a delightful time in Paris into the bargain. She was quite sure that John could manage her uncle. The next morning the strange attack which had rendered Mr. Brooke's condition one of such anxiety had to all appearance passed away. He was a little weak still, and his head a trifle dizzy, but he was able to potter about the garden leaning on John Saxon's arm. Annie, who was anxious to go as soon as possible to Rashleigh, ran up to John for a minute. "I have to ride to Rashleigh to get some things for Mrs. Shelf," she said. "While I am away tell him, I know you will do it beautifully, tell him how necessary it is, and that I shall come back whenever he sends for me. Do it now, please, for you know that I must leave here this afternoon." Accordingly, while Annie was trotting on horseback into Rashleigh with that money which was to be exchanged for the necessary receipt from Dawson, Saxon broached the subject of Paris to the old man. "There is a little matter, sir," he said, "which I should like to speak to you about." "And what is that, John?" "It relates to your niece Annie." "Ah, dear child," said the old man, "and what about her?" "She seems to be in distress," continued Saxon. "Oh, please don't worry, sir, her great anxiety is to prevent your worrying." "Dear, dear child, so thoughtful of her," murmured the clergyman. "You were rather bad, you know, yesterday, and she and I took a walk together while you were having your sleep. It was then she confided to me that she has been invited to Paris." "I know, John," said old Mr. Brooke, turning and looking fixedly at the young man, "and I am the last to prevent her going, but, naturally, I want to know something about the woman who has invited her, a certain Lady Lushington. I never heard her name before. Annie tells me that Lady Lushington's niece is her greatest school friend, and I feel assured that my Annie would not have a school friend who was not in all respects worthy. That goes without saying, nevertheless, a young girl has to be guarded. Don't you agree with me, John?" "Certainly I do, sir. Still, if you will permit me to say so, Annie seems very sensible." "She is wonderfully so. My Annie's little head is screwed the right way on her shoulders, not a doubt whatever on that point. But the thing is this. I can inquire of Mrs. Littleton what she knows with regard to Lady Lushington. If matters are favorable the child shall go. Can anything be more reasonable?" "In one sense, sir, nothing can be more reasonable, but in another, your making this condition forces poor Annie practically to give up her invitation." "Eh? How so? How so?" "Well, you see, it is this way. If she cannot join Lady Lushington on Tuesday evening, that is, tomorrow, she cannot join her at all, for this lady is leaving Paris on the following day. Annie can either go with her or not go with her. There is, therefore, you will perceive, sir, no time to communicate with Mrs. Littleton." "That is true," said Mr. Brooke. "But why didn't Annie tell me so herself?" "She couldn't bear to worry you. Poor child. She was put out very much, but she meant to give up her visit rather than worry you." Saxon wondered, as he was uttering the last words, if he was straining at the truth. He continued now abruptly, "And that is not all. From what your niece tells me, she goes, or hopes to go, to Paris for a very different reason from mere selfish pleasure. There is a young friend of hers whom she hopes most seriously to benefit by this visit. She will not tell me how, but she assures me emphatically that it is so. Dear, dear, said the old man, sweet of her, sweet of her. And you really think I ought to waive my objection and trust my child? She earnestly hopes that you will do so, sir, that you will permit her at least to go for a day or two, and then recall her if it is essential. Oh, I wouldn't do that, I wouldn't for a moment be so selfish. But she herself would wish to come back to you if you were really indisposed. I would not be so selfish, John, not for a moment. Yes, you have opened my eyes, the dear child shall certainly go. It is a disappointment not to have her, but if we old folks cannot take a few little crosses when we are so near the summit of the hill, and all the crosses and all the difficulties are almost smoothed away, what are we worth, my dear young sir? Oh, I should be the last to stand in the way of my dear little girl. On the other hand, said Saxon, Annie would be extremely unworthy if she stayed away from you did you really need her. To go to Paris, to transact her necessary business, and then quickly to return is a very different matter. And now, sir, don't let us talk any more about it. Let me bring you back to your study, and let me fetch you a glass of good port wine. Saxon met Annie as she was returning with Dawson's receipt in her pocket. Good news, he said, smiling at her. She felt herself turning pale. Oh, does he consent? He does, and only as he could, right willingly and with all his heart. He is a man in 10,000. I told him that you would not stay if he were really ill. I shall trust you, therefore, to come back as soon as ever I send you word that it is necessary. Will you promise me that? Of course, she replied. Well, go to him now. Don't stay long. Remember that he is weak and will feel the parting. He has said nothing about money, and as you have sufficient you had better not worry him for the present. Annie's conference with her uncle was of short duration. He kissed her 2 or 3 times, but there were no tears in his eyes. You should have confided in me, Annie, he said once. I am not an unreasonable man. I thought this was a pleasure visit. I did not know that my dear little girl had a noble and unselfish project at the back of everything. My Annie will herself know if Lady Lushington is the sort of woman I should like her to be with. If you find her as I should like her to be found, stay with her, Annie, until I recall you. You see how I trust you, my darling. You do, answered the girl. And I love you, she added, as I never loved you before. Chapter 15. A traveling companion. Nothing interfered with Annie's arrangements. She left rashly by the train by which she had always intended to go up to town. She took a room at the Grosvenor Hotel for the night, spending what little time she had in doing some necessary shopping. Her intention was to write to Uncle Maurice for further funds on her arrival at the Grand Hotel. She would know their Lady Lushington's movements, and could tell her uncle where to forward letters. There was one thing, however, which brought rather a sting with it. There was a memory which she did not care to recall, that was the look on John Saxon's face when he bade her goodbye. John Saxon had been her very good friend. He had helped her with funds so that her wicked action with regard to Dawson's cheque would never now be discovered. He had also smoothed the way for her with her uncle. She had gone away from the rectory with Uncle Maurice's blessing sounding in her ears, and although Mrs. Shelf was decidedly chuff, and muttered things under her breath, and declared resolutely that she had no patience with gadabouts, and that there was a time for preserving, and not for preserving, and a time for nursing, and not for nursing, and a time for pleasuring, and not for pleasuring, these things made little impression on Annie, but John Saxon, who was silent and said nothing at all, made her feel uncomfortable. Just at the end he made a solitary remark. Give us your address as soon as possible, for, if necessary, I will telegraph for you. And now goodbye. I trust you will enjoy yourself and, save your friend. Then the train had whizzed out of sight. She no longer saw the upright figure and the manly face, and she no longer felt the disapproval in the voice and the want of confidence in the eyes. But the memory of these things remained with her, and she wanted to shut them away. The next morning she was in good time at Victoria Station. But what was her amazement to find standing on the same platform, and evidently intending to go to Dover by the same train, no less a person than her old schoolfellow, Priscilla Weir. You look surprised, Annie, said Priscilla. Nevertheless, no less a thing has happened than that I am going to Paris too. Lady Lushington has invited me, and as she is good enough to pay all my expenses, you and I are traveling together. I had no time to let you know, or I would have done so. I hope you are pleased. But I don't suppose, added Priscilla, that it makes much difference whether you are pleased or not. I don't suppose it does, answered Annie, who was secretly very much annoyed. Well, of course, she continued, we had best travel in the same carriage. The girls found their seats, and after a time, when the bustle of departure was over, Annie turned to Priscilla. How has this come about? She asked. It was Mabel's doing, said Priscilla, Mabel's, and partly, I think, Mrs. Littleton's. Mrs. Littleton found it rather inconvenient to keep me at the school during the holidays, for a good many of the rooms are to be redecorated. I couldn't go to Uncle Josiah, and I cannot tell you how or why, but I had a long letter from Mabel, most jolly and affectionate, asking me to join her aunt and herself, and telling me that you would be sure to be of the party. There was enclosed a letter from Lady Lushington, sending me a cheque, and although I scarcely care for this sort of invitation, yet I have been forced to accept it. I am on my way now to share your fun. I can quite well believe that this is not agreeable to you, but it really cannot be helped. Oh, agreeable or disagreeable, we must make the best of it, said Annie. Of course, she added, I am glad to have a companion. There's no reason, Priscilla, why we should not be the best of friends. It did seem rather funny, at first, to think of you, of all people, joining this expedition. But if you are not sorry to be with me, I don't see why I should not be pleased to be with you. Were I to choose, said Priscilla, I would much prefer not to be either with you or Mabel. But that is neither here nor there. I have done wrong, I am very unhappy. I suppose I shall go on doing wrong now to the end of the chapter. But I don't want to bother you about it. Let us look out of the window and enjoy the scenery. I suppose that is the correct thing to do. Annie still felt a strong sense of irritation. How hard she had worked to get this pleasure for herself, and now, was Priscilla, of all people, to damp her joys. Whatever her faults, however, Annie Brooke was outwardly good-natured and essentially good-tempered. There are a great many people of this sort in the world. They are lacking in principle and sadly wanting in sincerity, but nevertheless they are pleasant to be with. They show the sunny side of their character on most occasions, and in small matters are fairly unselfish and inclined to make the best of things. Annie now, after a brief time of reflection, made up her mind to make the best of Priscilla. Priscilla was not to her taste. She was too conscientious and, in Annie's opinion, far too narrow-minded. Nevertheless, they were outwardly very good friends, and must continue to act their parts. So on board the steamer she made herself pleasant, and useful also, to poor Priscilla, who felt the motion of the boat considerably, and had, in short, a bad time. Annie, who was never seasick in her life, won golden opinions while on board for her goodness and consideration to Priscilla, and when, finally, they were ensconced in 2 comfortable seats en route for Paris, her spirits rose high. She put aside all disagreeable memories and gave herself up to enjoyment. We shall have fun, she said. We must make the very best of things, we must forget all school disagreeables. I only hope one thing, said Priscilla, dropping her voice to a low tone, and that is that the subject of the prize essay won't be mentioned in my presence. You know how I acted with regard to it. Well, I have done the wicked deed, and want if possible, to forget it. But why should it be spoken about? Surely, remarked Priscilla, Lady Lushington is very likely to talk on the subject. You know it was on account of Mabel winning the prize that she has been taken away from school. Oh yes, said Annie in an offhand way, but I could quite imagine, from what I have heard of Lady Lushington, that she will forget all about the matter in an incredibly short space of time. I hope so, said Priscilla, it will be all the better for me if she does. There is one thing you must remember, Frisky, said Annie, if by any chance she alludes to it, you must keep up the deception. Priscilla looked at Annie with very wide-open, grey eyes. I shall leave the room, she said, I am not good at being deceitful. Then she added quickly, there are times when I feel that I can only recover my self-respect by making a clean breast of everything. Oh, said Annie, in some alarm, you could not possibly do that. Think what awful trouble you would get poor Mabel and me into. I know, said Priscilla, and that is the one thing which keeps me back. If I might venture to make the remark, said Annie, it is the one thing which in honor ought to keep you back. There is honor even amongst thieves, you know, she added a little nervously. And that is what I am, said poor Priscilla. I have practically stolen my year's schooling. I have, like Esau, sold my birthright for a mess of pottage. Oh, what shall I do? Nothing, said Annie, and please don't talk any more in that particularly intense way, for people will begin to stare at us. Priscilla sank back in her seat. Her head was aching. Annie, on the contrary, sat very upright, looking fresh, bright, and happy. After a time, however, something occurred which made her feel less comfortable. Priscilla bent towards her and said, "By the way, I was almost forgetting, and she begged of me so hard not to do so, but will you return her book to Susan Martin?" Annie's face became crimson, then pale. "Susan Martin," she said. "Do you know her?" "Of course I know her, Annie. What a queer color you have turned. She has been making several things for me during the last few days. She is very much excited, poor girl, about a manuscript book of poems which you borrowed from her. She said you wanted them to show to a judge of poetry in order to help her to get them published. I had not an idea that the poor girl was a poet." "Oh, she is," said Annie, who by this time had recovered her self-possession, and whom the very imminence of the danger rendered cool and self-possessed. "She writes quite wonderfully. I did borrow her book to show to Uncle Maurice, he is such a good judge." "Oh, was that all?" said Priscilla. "I thought from Susan's manner that you knew some publisher. She thinks a great deal about her poems." "Yes, poor girl," said Annie, "I must write to her." "Have you shown the poems to your uncle, Annie?" "Not yet, Priscilla. Uncle Maurice has not been well. I could not worry him with those sort of matters." "Not well," said Priscilla, "and you have left him?" "Yes, my dear, good Priscilla," said Annie, "I have been wicked enough to do so. He is too ill to be bothered with Susan Martin's productions, but not too ill to afford me a pleasant little holiday. Now do let's change the subject." "With pleasure," said Priscilla. "I wish to change it, if you don't mind, by shutting my eyes, for I have a very bad headache." While Priscilla slept, or tried to sleep, Annie sat back amongst her cushions lost in thought. "Really," she said to herself, "if all the things that I have done lately were discovered I should have but a poor time. I forgot all about Susan Martin and her manuscript book. It came in very handily at the time, but now it is no end of a bore. I ought to have cautioned her not to speak of it to anyone. It is a great pity that Priscilla knows about it, for if by any chance she asks Susan to show her the book, the 2 poems attributed to Mabel will immediately be discovered. Certainly Priscilla is a disagreeable character, and I cannot imagine why I have bothered myself so much about her." The railway journey came to an end, and a short time afterwards the girls found themselves greeted by Lady Lushington and Mabel at the Grand Hotel. Lady Lushington was a tall, slender woman of from 38 to 40 years of age. Her face was rather worn and pale. She had a beautiful figure, and was evidently a good deal made up. Her hair was of a fashionable shade of color. Annie concluded at once that it was dyed. Priscilla, who had never heard of dyed hair, thought it very beautiful. "My dears," said the good lady, advancing to meet both girls, "I am delighted to see you. Mabel, here are your 2 young friends. Now, will you go at once with Parker to your rooms and get ready for dinner? We all dine in the restaurant, demi-toilette, you know. Afterwards we will sit in the courtyard and listen to the band." "I will come with you both," said Mabel, who, dressed with extreme care and looking remarkably fresh and handsome, now took a hand of each of her friends. "This is your room, Priscilla," she said, and she ushered Priscilla into a small room which looked onto the courtyard. "Parker," she continued, turning to the maid, "will you see that Miss Weir has everything that she wants? Now, Annie, I will attend to you. You don't mind, do you, for it is only for one night, but you have to share my room. The hotel is so full, Aunt Henrietta could not get a room for you alone. But I will promise to make myself as little obtrusive as possible." "Oh May," said Annie, "I am just delighted to sleep in a room with you. I have so much to say, dear old May," she added suddenly, turning and kissing her friend. "I am glad to see you again." "And I to see you, Annie," replied Mabel. "I am having a glorious time, and want you to share it with me. Aunt Henny has just been splendid, and has given me a completely new wardrobe, the most exquisite dresses, all bought and made at the best shops here, quite regardless of expense, too. I cannot tell you how much they have cost. How do you like this pink silk? Isn't it sweet?" "Yes, lovely," said Annie, thinking with a sigh of her own poor clothes. But then she added, "Rich dresses suit you, Mabel, for you are made on a big and a bountiful scale. It is lucky for me that I can do with these fine garments." "Oh, but I assure you, Annie, you are not going to be left out in the cold. You must have no scruples whatever in wearing the clothes that Aunt Henny has got for you. She wants to take some young girls about with her, and she would not have you a frump for all the world, so there are a few pretty, fresh little toilettes put away in that box by Parker, which I think will exactly fit you. There is a dress on that bed, oh, only white lace and muslin, which you are to wear this evening at the restaurant dinner, and there is a smart little traveling costume for you to appear in tomorrow. You can leave them all behind you at the end of your jaunt, if you are too proud to take them, but, anyhow, while with us you have to wear them nolens volens. Oh dear, said Annie, almost skipping with rapture, I am sure I am not a bit too proud. We have got things for Prisky too, said Mabel, and I do hope she won't turn up crusty, she is such a queer girl. Why ever did you invite her, Mabel? Asked Annie. Why did I invite her? Said Mabel, it was not my doing, you may be sure. Not that I dislike the poor old thing, far from that. She is quite a dear. But, of course, what I wanted was to have you to myself, but no, Aunt Henny wouldn't hear of it, she said that nothing would induce her to take two girls about with her. Her remark was that we should always be together, and that she would be de trop. Now she doesn't mean to be de trop, so one of us is always to be with her, and the other two can enjoy themselves. She said at once, when I broached the subject of your joining us, that you might come with pleasure, and she would be only too delighted if another of our schoolfellows came as well. My dear, I argued and argued, but she was firm. So then I had to think of poor Priscilla, for really there was no one else to come. None of the others would dream of giving up their own friends and their own fun, and there was Priscilla landed at the school. So I told Aunt Henny what she was like, grave and sedate, with grey eyes and a nice sort of face. I assured her that Prisky was a girl worth knowing, and Aunt Henrietta took a fancy to my description, told me to write off to her and to Mrs. Littleton, and she wrote herself also, and, of course, Mrs. Littleton jumped at it. So here we are, saddled with Prisky, and we must make the best of it. Dear Annie, do take off your hat and jacket, and get into your evening dress, we shall be going down to dinner in a few minutes. I will help you with your hair if you need it, for I expect Parker is having a war of words with Priscilla. There's such a sweet dress waiting for Prisky to wear, dove-colored silk, made very simply. She will look like a Quakeress in it, it will suit her to perfection. Just at that moment a commotion was heard on the landing outside, a hurried knock came at the room door, and Priscilla, flushed, untidy, and wearing the same dress as she had traveled in, stood on the threshold. Behind Priscilla appeared the equally disturbed face and figure of Parker. Really, Miss Lushington, began Parker, I have done all I could. Your conduct is not justifiable, interrupted Priscilla. I am very sorry indeed, Mabel, you mean kindly, of course, but I cannot wear clothes that don't belong to me. I would rather not have dinner, if you will excuse me. My head aches, and I should much prefer to go to bed. Oh dear, said Mabel, what a fuss you make about nothing, Prisky. Why, the dress is all part of the play. Let us think of you as acting in a play while you are with Aunt Henrietta and me. If you take a part in it, you must dress to fit the part. Oh, put on your lovely grey silk, you will look perfectly sweet in it, and come down to dinner with Annie and me. See Annie, she is in her white muslin already, and looks a perfect darling. I feel a perfect darling, said Annie. I love this dress. I adore fine clothes. I am not one little bit ashamed to wear it. Well, said Priscilla, Annie can please herself, but if I have to wear other people's clothes, or clothes that don't belong to me and that I have no right whatever to accept, I shall have to give up this trip and go back to England tomorrow. Oh dear, said Mabel, you are queer, Priscilla. I do wish I could persuade you. It is all useless, miss, said Parker in an offended tone. I have spoken to Miss Weir until I am tired, and she won't see reason. You see, miss, continued Parker, the dresses are bought, and if you don't wear 'em they will be wasted. I understand proper pride, miss, but this does not seem to me reasonable, miss. You will forgive my saying so. Yes, Parker, of course I forgive you, said Priscilla, but all the same, she added, I shall go on this expedition in my own clothes or I don't go at all. You will be a fright, said Annie. I would rather be a frighten myself, I should not feel myself in other people's clothes. You are very silly, said Mabel. Can I do nothing? I will talk to you afterwards, Priscilla, said Annie. Let her alone now, May. She had a bad time crossing, and I dare say would rather go to bed. You will look at all these things in a different light in the morning, We shall have to be off fairly early in the morning, said Mabel, so you may as well go to bed if you are dead tired. Prisky, Parker, will you get some tea and anything else that Miss Weir may require, and have it brought to her room? Thank you, said Priscilla. She stood, tall, awkward, and ungracious, before the other two. They felt that she was so, and that there was something in her expression which made them both, deep down in their hearts, feel small. Annie could not help saying to herself, I wouldn't give up the chance of wearing pretty clothes, and Mabel was thinking, if only Priscilla were well dressed she would look handsomer than either of us. A minute later Priscilla turned to leave the room. I am very sorry, girls, she said. Perhaps, Mabel, she added, as you are leaving in the morning, I ought to see Lady Lushington now. Oh, dear me, said Mabel, you will put Aunt Henny out enormously if you worry her now. Still, I think I ought. I am terribly sorry, but she ought to understand immediately my feelings in this matter. Let her go, let her speak to your aunt, whispered Annie. Very well, said Mabel. You will find Aunt Henrietta, she continued, waiting for us all in the drawing room. Priscilla immediately left the room. She walked across the broad landing to the private sitting room which Lady Lushington occupied in the hotel. The latter was standing by a window, when the door opened, and a tall, rather untidy girl dressed in dark blue serge of no graceful cut, with her hair brushed back from her forehead and her face much agitated, appeared before that lady. I have something to say to you, Lady Lushington, said Priscilla. You are Priscilla Weir, said that lady. There is a great difference between you and the little girl with the blue eyes. What is her name? Annie Brooke. You are very great friends, are you not? We are schoolfellows, was Priscilla's reply. Lady Lushington looked all over the girl. The expression of her face signified disapproval, but suddenly her eyes met the large, grey ones of Priscilla and a curious feeling visited her. She was a kindly woman, although full of prejudices. Sit down, child, she said. If you have something really to say I will listen, although, to tell you the truth, I am exceedingly hungry, and am waiting for you all to dine with me in the restaurant. I am not hungry, said Priscilla, and, if you will excuse me, I will not go to the restaurant tonight. Your kind maid will bring me something to eat in my bedroom. You are tired from your journey, poor girl. Well, then, go to bed and get rested. We start for Interlaken in the morning. That is why I must trouble you tonight, said Priscilla. Why, my dear, do sit down. But Priscilla stood, only now she put out a slim hand and steadied herself by holding on to the back of a chair. It was a great delight to come to you, said Priscilla, and a very great surprise, and when you arranged to pay all my traveling expenses and to take me about with you from place to place, I consented without my pride being especially hurt, for I felt sure that in many small ways I could be of use to you. I thought over all the different things I could do, and, somehow, it seemed to me that I might make up to you for the money you are spending on me. But when we ask a guest, interrupted Lady Lushington, to go with us on a pleasure trip, we don't form a sort of creditor and debtor account in our minds. We are just glad to give pleasure, and want no return for it beyond the fact that we are giving pleasure. I understand that, said Priscilla, her eyes brightening, and the pleasure you would give me would be, oh, beyond any power of mine to describe, for there is something in me which would appreciate, and if I were to see great, grand, beautiful scenery, it would dwell always in my mind, and in the very darkest days that came afterwards I should remember it and be happy because of it. Sit down, child. How queerly you speak. You have very good eyes, let me tell you, child, fine, expressive, interesting eyes. Priscilla did not seem to hear, and Lady Lushington was more impressed by this fact than she had been yet by anything she had discovered about her. There are the clothes, said Priscilla, bursting into the heart of her subject, and interlacing her long fingers tightly together. You will forgive me, but I am too proud to wear them. I cannot, Lady Lushington. If you won't have me shabby as I am, and I am sure I am very shabby, I cannot come with you. You will be so exceedingly generous as to let me have my fare back to Littleton School, and I shall always thank you for your best of best intentions. But I cannot wear clothes that I have not earned, and that I have no right to. But Annie Brooke, interrupted Lady Lushington. I am not here to answer for Annie Brooke, replied Priscilla with great dignity. If you want me, you must take me as I am. I declare, said Lady Lushington, you are a queer creature. And you really mean it? Yes, absolutely. It is just because I am too proud. I have no right to my pride, perhaps, still, I cannot let it go. There was a world of pathos in Priscilla's eyes now as they fixed themselves on the worldly face of the lady. You are quaint, you are delightful, said Lady Lushington. Come as you are, then. You will perhaps not be too proud to allow Parker to arrange your hair so as to show off that fine head of yours to the best advantage. But even in rags, child, come with us, for anyone fresh like you, and unself-conscious like you, and indifferent to outward appearance like you, carries a charm of her own, and I do believe it is beyond the charm of dress. When Lady Lushington had uttered these words, Priscilla went up to her and took her hand, and suddenly, before the great lady could prevent her, she raised that hand to her lips and kissed it. Then she hurried from the room. Chapter 16. A delicious dinner. After a time Annie Brooke and Mabel Lushington joined Lady Lushington in their smart dresses. Mabel looked most imposing in her pretty pink silk, and no one could look fresher and more charming than Annie in the white lace and muslin which fitted her trim little figure so nicely. Lady Lushington was standing very much in the same position in which she had been when Priscilla left her. She turned now as the two girls entered. There was a frown between her brows, and she scarcely glanced at either of them. "Come, come," she said crossly, "how much longer must I be kept waiting? We will go down in the lift. Mabel, you lead the way." Mabel immediately went first, Lady Lushington followed, and Annie brought up the rear. They entered a large lift, and presently found themselves on the ground floor of the great hotel. In a very short time they were in the restaurant, which was quite the most brilliant and dazzling place Annie Brooke had ever seen. It seemed to be almost filled with gay ladies all in full evening dress, and gentlemen in immaculate white shirt fronts, white ties, and dinner jackets. There were waiters rushing about here, there, and everywhere, and the tables, covered with their snowy napery, were further adorned with dazzlingly bright glass and silver, and, to add magic to the general effect, a little electric lamp with a silk shade over it stood in the center of each table. There were flowers, also, in abundance. In short, the whole place seemed to Annie to be a sort of fairyland. A few people glanced up from their own tables when Lady Lushington, accompanied by the two girls, crossed the huge room to the table set aside for her party. She sat down, and Mabel and Annie found places at each side of her. A menu was immediately presented to her by a most gentlemanly man whom Annie thought perfectly fascinating in appearance, but who only turned out to be the head waiter. Lady Lushington ordered certain dishes and 2 or 3 kinds of wine, and the meal began. Annie was both hungry and agitated. Mabel was somewhat indifferent. Lady Lushington ate steadily and with considerable appetite, but all the time wearing that slight frown of disapproval on her forehead. Annie glanced at her, and made up her mind that Lady Lushington was a very grand person indeed, that she, Annie, in spite of all her temerity, was going to be a little bit afraid of her, and that, of course, the reason for the great lady's present discontent was the fact of Priscilla's outrageous conduct. The 3 ladies hardly spoke at all, Mabel having quite sufficient tact to respect her aunt's present mood. But as the dinner came to an end, concluding with the most delicious ice Annie had ever tasted in all her life, she could not help bending forward and saying in a low tone to Mabel, "What a great pity it is that our Prisky is such a fool." Low as her tone was, it reached Lady Lushington's ears, who immediately turned and said in a snappish voice, "Whom do you mean by our Prisky, Miss Brooke?" "Why, Priscilla Weir, of course," answered Annie, coloring as she spoke, and looking particularly sweet and innocent. "And why did you call her a fool?" was Lady Lushington's next remark. "Oh," said Annie, "oh." Mabel longed to kick Annie's foot, but could not manage to reach it. Annie plunged desperately into hot water. "Oh," she added, "Priscilla, oh, Priscilla is so ridiculous. She has lost this delicious dinner and rejected your kindness in giving her such dainty garments. I do pity her so much, and am so sorry that your great kindness should be thrown away." "Then, pray," said Lady Lushington, "keep your pity for me entirely to yourself, for I can assure you, Miss Brooke, that I do not need it. As to Miss Weir, she may or may not be a fool. I do not know her well enough to be able to give an opinion on that point, but she is at least a thorough lady." Annie gazed, with her coral lips slightly open. "A thorough lady," continued Lady Lushington, glancing with cruel eyes at the white muslin and lace frock which adorned Annie's little person. "Then you are not angry with her?" said Annie. "I thought, after your kindness, but of course she is going in the morning, isn't she?" "Miss Weir accompanies us to Interlaken," said Lady Lushington, rising. "That is settled, and she wears her own dress, as an honest girl should. She may look peculiar, doubtless she will, but she is unaffected and has a noble way about her. Now let us change the subject. Girls, would you like to come out into the court for a few minutes to listen to the band, or are you, Miss Brooke, too tired, and would you prefer to go to bed?" "I think I will go to bed, please," said Annie in a small, meek, crushed sort of voice. Very well, said Lady Lushington. You are quite wise. Mabel, take your friend to the lift and give her over to Parker's care. Good night, Miss Brooke. Remember we start very early in the morning, but Parker will wake you and bring you your coffee. When, 10 minutes later, Mabel joined her Aunt Henrietta in the court of the famous hotel, Lady Lushington turned to her. May I ask, she remarked, what earthly reason induced you to ask a commonplace person like Miss Brooke to join our expedition? Oh, I thought you would like her, said Mabel. She is a great friend of mine. Mabel spoke in considerable alarm, for if indeed Aunt Henrietta turned against Annie, she would find herself in a most serious position. Lady Lushington was silent for a minute or two, then she said, to be frank with you, Mabel, I don't at the present moment like her at all. Whether I change my mind or not remains to be proved. Priscilla Weir is a fine creature, and worth 20 of that blue-eyed doll, but I suppose, as they have both come, we must put up with Miss Brooke for a short time. I may as well tell you frankly, however, Mabel, that I shall send her back to England, if she does not please me very much better than she has done on this first evening, at the first possible opportunity. Chapter 17. Ingratiating Secretary. But Lady Lushington, when she took a prejudice against Annie Brooke, reckoned without her host. Annie was far too clever to allow this state of things to continue long. The next day the three girls and Lady Lushington started en route for Interlaken. There they put up at one of the most fashionable hotels, and there Annie began to find her feet and gradually to undermine Lady Lushington's prejudice against her. Even if Mabel had not whispered the disconcerting fact to her that she had not made a good impression on her aunt, Annie was far too sharp not to discover it for herself when Mabel said to her on that first night in the Grand Hotel in Paris, I must tell you the truth, Annie, you are a failure so far, you have not pleased Aunt Henrietta, and Prisky has. I don't know what I shall do if you leave me, but I know Aunt Henny will send you back pretty sharp to England if you don't alter your tactics, and how I am ever to meet all that lies before me if this happens is more than I can fathom. Annie had assured her friend that she need not be the least afraid, and, knowing the truth, or part of the truth, took her measures accordingly. They had not been settled at the Bellevue Hotel, Interlaken, more than 2 days before Lady Lushington, who was an exceedingly selfish, worldly woman, although quite kind-hearted, began to alter her mind with regard to both Annie Brooke and Priscilla Weir. Priscilla, notwithstanding her fine and impressive eyes, her honest manner, and her earnest wish to make herself pleasant, looked undoubtedly gauche in the old-fashioned garments which were mostly made for her by poor Susan Martin. Lady Lushington found that though people remarked on Priscilla when she walked with the others in the fashionable part of the town or sat with them when they listened to the band or took her place in the salle à manger by their sides, yet those glances were by no means ones of admiration. The girl looked oppressed by a certain care, and dowdy beyond all words. Lady Lushington liked her, and yet she did not like her. She felt, however, bound to keep to her compact, to make the best of poor Priscilla. Accordingly, she told her friends that Priscilla Weir was a genius, and a little quaint with regard to her clothes, and that, in consequence, she had to put up with her peculiar dress. But she is such an honest good creature, said Lady Lushington in conclusion, that I am quite glad to have her as a companion for Mabel. Now the people to whom Lady Lushington gave this confidence were by no means interested in Priscilla's predilection for quaint clothes. They pronounced her an oddity, and left her to the fate of all oddities, namely, to herself. Annie, on the contrary, who made the best of everything, and who looked quite ravishingly pretty in the smart frocks which Parker, by Lady Lushington's desire, supplied her with, came in for that measure of praise which was denied to poor Prisky. Annie looked very modest, too, and had such charming, unaffected, ingenuous blue eyes, the blue eyes almost of a baby. Lady Lushington found her first prejudices melting out of sight as she watched Annie's grace and noticed her apparent unselfishness. It was Annie's cue to be unselfish during these days, and Lady Lushington began to form really golden opinions with regard to her character. She had been very nice on the journey, taking the most uncomfortable seat and thinking of every one's comfort except her own. She had been delightful when they reached Interlaken, putting up with a very small and hot bedroom almost in the roof of the hotel. And now she began to make herself useful to Lady Lushington. This great lady had a vast amount of voluminous correspondence. She liked writing to her friends in her own illegible hand, but she hated writing business letters. Now Annie wrote an exceedingly neat and legible hand, and when she offered herself as Lady Lushington's amanuensis, making the request in the prettiest voice imaginable, and looking so eagerly desirous to help the good woman, Mabel's aunt felt her last prejudice against Annie Brooke melting out of sight. Really, my dear, she said, you are good-natured. It would be a comfort to dictate my letters to you, but I am stupid about business letters. You do not mind if I dictate them very slowly? Oh no, said Annie, by no means, and I should so love to write them for you. You do such a great deal for poor little me that if there is any small way in which I can help you I shall be more than glad. Dear Lady Lushington, you don't know how I feel your kindness. You are very good to say so, Miss Brooke. I have invited you here because you are Mabel's friend. Sweet Mabel, murmured Annie, her very greatest friend. But now, may I help you? Well, bring those letters over here, that pile on the table. We may as well get through them. Annie immediately found notepaper, blotting paper, pens and ink, also a supply of foreign stamps and postcards. She laid the letters in a pile on Lady Lushington's lap. Now, she said, if you will read them aloud to me and tell me what to say, I will write as slowly as ever you like. You can lean back in your comfortable chair, we will get through them as quickly as possible. This conversation took place on the first day when Annie wrote letters to Lady Lushington's dictation. Soon the thing became a habit, and Lady Lushington secured the services of Miss Brooke for a couple of hours daily. She quite enjoyed it. It was so much less trouble, sitting lazily in her chair and getting that smart, pretty little thing to do the toilsome work for her. She felt that Annie was assuredly pretty, and much more interesting than poor Priscilla. At last, on a day when the ladies had been at Interlaken for over a week, and were meaning to move on to Zermatt, Lady Lushington opened a letter, the contents of which caused her face to flush and her eyes to blaze with annoyance. Really, she said, this is too bad, this is simply abominable. What is the matter? Asked Annie. She had guessed, however, what the matter was, and her heart beat as she made the remark, for that morning she had seen, lying on the breakfast table amongst a pile of letters directed to Lady Lushington, one in the well-known writing of Mrs. Priestley, and if Annie had any doubt on that point, the dressmaker's address was printed on the flap of the envelope. Her innocent eyes, however, never looked more innocent as she glanced up now from the blank sheet of paper on which she was about to write. Of course you know nothing about it, child, said Lady Lushington, but it is beyond belief. Mabel's extravagance exceeds all bounds. I will not permit it for a single moment. Mabel's extravagance, said Annie, looking surprised. But surely dear Mabel is not extravagant. I have never noticed it, I assure you I haven't. Then what do you say to this? Said Lady Lushington. That odious woman Priestley sends me a bill for 1 term's clothing, total amount £70. £70, said Annie, for Mabel's dress. She pretended to look shocked. It is impossible, she said slowly. There must be a mistake. Of course there is a mistake. That abominable woman thinks that I am so rich that I don't mind paying any amount. But she will learn that I am not to be imposed upon. What do you think you will say to her? Asked Annie. I am sure I don't know. I had best speak to Mabel herself. Oh, I wouldn't do that, said Annie. May gets so confused. Dear May has no head for business, she won't have the slightest idea what dress she did get. I know there was that lovely, expensive white satin for the school dance, and that beautiful dress of crêpe de chine with pearly trimmings which she wore on the day of the break-up, the day when she received her great honor, her prize for literature, and there was that pale blue evening dress of hers, and the rose-colored silk. But I don't remember those dresses at all. Where are they now? I dare say she has left them at school, said Annie. Left them at school. She would probably not think 'em fine enough for you. What absurdity! And even if she did get such uncalled for, such unsuitable dresses, the sum total from a country dressmaker would not amount to £70. Well, I tell you what I would do if I were you, said Annie. If you will let me, I will write in your name for the items. Mrs. Priestley has only sent you, to account rendered, has she not? That is a good idea, said Lady Lushington. I must speak to Mabel about her frocks when she appears. As a matter of fact, I do not mind what I spend on her now that she has come out, or partly come out, for of course she won't be really introduced into society until she is presented next year. But £70 for one schoolgirl's wardrobe for a single term is too much. Then I may write, said Annie, her hand trembling a little. Certainly. Tell the woman to send all items at once here. Really, this has worried me. Lady Lushington did not notice that, notwithstanding all Annie's apparent coolness, there were additional spots of color on her cheeks, and that her hand shook a little as she penned the necessary words. Suppose the majestic Mrs. Priestley recognized her handwriting. There was no help for it now, however, and any delay in grappling with the evil hour was welcome. The letter was written and laid with several others on the table. Lady Lushington remarked after a minute's pause. I may as well confide in you, Miss Brooke, that nothing ever astonished me more than Mabel's success in gaining that literature prize, for you know, my dear, between you and me, she is not at all clever. Oh, how you mistake her, said Annie, with enthusiasm. Dear Mabel does not care to talk about her deepest feelings or about those magnificent thoughts which visit her mind. She has no thoughts, my dear, except the silliest, said Mabel's aunt, with a laugh. Oh, how you wrong her. Why, she is a poetess. A what? Said Lady Lushington. She writes poems. Nonsense. I don't believe you. I can show them to you. Pray do not, I would not read them for the world. I class all rhymes as jingles. I detest them. Even Will Shakespeare could never gain my attention for more than half a minute. Nevertheless, Mabel is clever, and her prize essay on idealism was undoubtedly the best in the school. Yes. Wonders will never cease, remarked Lady Lushington, but, to tell you the truth, I was more annoyed than pleased when she got the prize. I did not want her to leave school for a year, and I only made that rash promise believing it to be quite impossible for me to fulfill. However, now I must make the best of it, and as, thank goodness, she does not pose as a genius, and is a fine, handsome girl, I have no doubt I shall get her married before long. Oh, Lady Lushington, could you bear to part with her? Indeed I could, my dear, to a good husband. I mean by that a man in a high position in society. Annie was silent, looking prettily down. Lady Lushington glanced at her and noticed the charming contour of her face. If only her eyelashes were a little darker and her eyebrows more marked, she would be a sweetly pretty girl, she thought. But the lack of distinction in her face was not apparent at that moment. You will have a good husband yourself some day, Miss Brooke, and if ever I can help you to bring such a desirable matter about, you may rely on me. Oh, thank you, said Annie. Poor little me. But I am only an orphan with just one dear uncle and little or no money. Lady Lushington, I am so happy here, and you are so very kind to me. Well, my dear, you are kind to me too. I believe we are of mutual benefit each to the other. Now, will you put on your hat and take those letters to the nearest post? You will just have time to get them in before we go downstairs to Djuna. Nothing could be more welcome to Annie than this last remark, for while she was talking she was wondering much in her clever little brain if she could carry out a scheme which had darted through it. The opportunity of posting the letters gave her just the loophole she desired. Taking the pile from the table, she accordingly ran out of the room, and a few minutes later was walking down the street which led to the post office. On her way there she met Mabel Lushington and Priscilla. They were coming back after a long, rambling walk, and both girls were rather tired. Whither away, Annie? Said Mabel in her cheerful voice. To post some letters for your aunt, Lady Lushington. But the post does not go out until the evening, and that hill is so steep and difficult to climb, and it is almost the hour for Djuna, objected Mabel. Do turn back with us now, Annie, I shall so hate waiting lunch for you. Oh, give me the letters if you like, said Priscilla, I will run down the hill in no time, and come back again as quickly. I do not mind climbing hills in the least. They exhaust me frightfully, said Mabel, and I notice, too, that Annie gets a little out of breath when she walks up these impossible mountains too fast. That is a good idea, really. Give Prisky the letters, Annie, and come home with me, I want to talk to you. No, I can't, said Annie. I must post them myself, they are important. She darted away, pretending not to notice Mabel's flushed, indignant face and Priscilla's look of grave surprise. She reached the post office and dropped all the letters she had written, except that one to Mrs. Priestley, into the box. Mrs. Priestley's letter she kept safely in her pocket. This must be delayed for perhaps a couple of days, thought Annie. In the meantime I shall have to talk to May. What a mercy, was her next reflection, that I was given the writing of the letter, and also the posting of it. Oh dear, dear, I think I can almost manage anything. I am sure May ought to be obliged to me, and so ought that tiresome Prisky. I would do anything for dear old May, but as to Prisky, I get more sick of her each minute. If only Lady Lushington would send her back to England I should feel safer. She is just the sort of girl who would wind herself to a grand confession, never caring how she dragged the rest of us into the mire with her. She is just precisely that sort of detestable martyr being. But she shan't spoil my fun, or May's fun either, if we can help it. Annie appeared at lunch just a wee bit late, but looking remarkably pretty, and apologizing in the most amiable tones for her unavoidable delay. "I am not very good at heels," she explained to Lady Lushington. "They always set my heart beating rather badly. But never mind, the letters are posted and off our minds." "One of those letters is by no means off my mind," said Lady Lushington in a fierce tone, and glancing with reproachful eyes at Mabel. Annie bent towards her and said in a whisper she could not be heard by Mabel and Priscilla. As some servants came up at the moment to present dishes to the two young ladies. "Please say nothing before Priscilla, I beg of you." The voice was so earnest and so sympathetic, and the little face looked so appealing, that Lady Lushington patted the small white hand. Priscilla's voice, however, was now heard. "It was a great pity, Annie, that you did run so fast to the post and then toil up that steep hill, for I offered to go for you, and besides, the English post does not leave before 5 o'clock. Annie felt furious, but replied in her meekest voice. "I felt responsible for dear Lady Lushington's letters." Nothing more was said on the subject during lunch, and afterwards the ladies went off on a long expedition up into the mountains with some other friends whose acquaintance they had made in the hotel. It was not until that evening, when they were going to bed, that Mabel heard a light tap at her door, and the next moment Annie, in her pretty blue dressing gown, with her fair hair falling about her shoulders and a brush in her hand, entered. "Have you time for a talk with poor little me, and has Prisky gone to bed?" "Dear me, yes," said Mabel. "Priscilla has been in bed and asleep an hour ago. Come in, Annie, of course. I am dead with sleep myself, and if Aunt Henny knew she might be annoyed. Now, what is it you want?" Annie took the letter addressed to Mrs. Priestley out of her pocket. "To talk to you about this," she said, and she sat calmly down on a chair and faced her tall companion. Mabel was also in the act of brushing out her luxuriant hair, and looked as handsome a creature as could be found anywhere, in her long, flowing, white dressing gown. When she read the address on the letter her eyes darkened and some of the color left her cheeks. "Are you writing to Mrs. Priestley?" she said. "What about?" "I wrote that letter today," said Annie, "to Lady Lushington's dictation. The account has come in, total amount £70. Lady Lushington is furious. I told her all the lies I could, dear Mabel, about the dresses you had never got, and in the end I managed to avert the evil day by asking Mrs. Priestley to send the items. That satisfied Lady Lushington for the time. You will understand now why I could not accept Priscilla's offer to post the letters, because I happened to have this one in my hand and did not wish it to go. It must not go for a day or two. In the meantime we must do something." What?" said Mabel. "Oh Annie, I am so frightened. I knew quite well that you would get me into an awful scrape about this. What is to be done? Nothing will ever make Aunt Henny believe that I spent £70 on my dress during my last term at school. I know she is very generous about money, but she is also careful and particular. You will see, I know her so well, Annie, and she will just get into a real passion about this and write to Mrs. Littleton, and Mrs. Littleton will go to see Mrs. Priestley, and—" "Oh, I know," said Annie, trembling a good deal. "But that must never be allowed." "How are we to manage?" said Mabel. "Annie, we must do something," and she dropped on her knees by her companion's side and took one of her hands. "You came out here on purpose to help me," she said. "You knew that I should get into trouble, and you said you would find a way out." "Am not I trying to with all my might and main?" said Annie. "Well, but are you succeeding? I cannot see that keeping back that letter means much. Aunt Henny will expect an answer, and, wire for it, she will really, if it does not come within a specified time, and she will give me such a talking to. Why, Annie, if the thing is discovered I shall be sent back to school, I know I shall, at the end of the holidays, and poor Prissy's prospects will be ruined, and you will be disgraced." "We all three will be disgraced forever and ever," said Annie, "there is no doubt on that point. That is what makes the thing so terribly important. Something must be done, and at once, at once." "But, Annie, what?" "I have a little scheme in my head. If you will keep up your courage and help me I believe we shall be successful." "But what is it? Oh, do tell me. Oh, I am so terrified." "The first thing we must be positive about is this," said Annie, "Priscilla is to know nothing." "Of course not," said Mabel. "Mabel, I do wish we could get her back to England. She is so tiresome and in the way, and I have a great fear in my head about her." "What is that? She is harmless enough, poor thing. Only, of course, she does look such a dowd. But, then, Aunt Henrietta has taken such a fancy to her. Oh, you are absolutely quite mistaken about that. Your aunt took a fancy to her on the first night because she spoke in rather an original way and, I suppose, looked handsome, which she does occasionally, and your aunt is very easily impressed by anything that she considers rather fine. But I assure you that it is my private opinion that she is sick of Priscilla by this time, and also rather ashamed of her appearance. Priscilla has no tact whatever, simply none. When does she help her aunt? When does she do anything to oblige others? She just flops about and looks so gauche and awkward. Well, poor thing, she can't help that. With Susan Martin as her dressmaker, what chance has she? She is just an oddity, said Annie, and it is my impression that your aunt is tired of oddities. I can make her a little more tired, and I will. Oh Annie, poor Prisky. And she does enjoy the mountain air so, and is such a splendid climber. You might as well let her have her holiday out. You are so frightfully clever, Annie, you can always achieve your purpose. But I think, if I were you, I would let poor old Prisky alone. I would if there were no danger, said Annie. Danger, in her direction? What do you mean? There is very grave danger, said Annie, very grave indeed. I am more afraid about Prisky than about anything else in the whole of this most unfortunate affair. Annie, what do you mean? She is troubled with a conscience, bless you. And that conscience is talking to her every day and every night. Why, my dear Mabel, you can see the gnawings of self-reproach in her eyes and in her horrid melancholy manner. She is always in a dream, too, and starting up and having to shake herself when one talks to her suddenly. I know well what it means, she is on the verge of a confession. What? Said Mabel. Yes, that is the danger we have to apprehend, at least it is one of the dangers. One day, for the sake of relieving her own miserable conscience, she will go to your aunt and tell her everything. Then where shall we be? But she could not be so frightfully mean, I never would believe it of her. Mark my words, said Annie, people with consciences, who believe they have committed a crime or a sin, never think of anybody but themselves. The thought of relieving their own miserable natures is the only thought that occurs to them. Now, we must get hold of that conscience of Priscilla's, and if it is going to be a stumbling block we must cart her back to England. We must indeed, said Mabel. For all that I say I don't believe that she could be so mean. Oh, nonsense, said Annie, I know better. Mabel crouched on the floor by Annie's side, her hand lying on Annie's lap. You are wonderful, she said after a pause, quite wonderful. I can't imagine how you think of all these things, and of course you are never wrong. Still, poor Prisky, you won't make things very hard for her, Annie, will you? I know exactly what I mean to do, said Annie. First of all I have to get you out of your present scrape, and then I shall go boldly to Prisky and find out her pent-up thoughts, and if they are in the direction I am fearing, I shall soon find means to protect ourselves from her and her conscience. But perhaps that is enough about her. On the present occasion we have got to think of you and Mrs. Priestley. Oh, indeed, yes. Oh, I am terrified. Listen to me. But for my management at lunch today, Lady Lushington was so indignant that she would have blurted out the whole thing and asked you what you meant by running up such an outrageous bill. You would have given yourself away on the spot, for you have no presence of mind in an emergency. Now I am preparing you. Lady Lushington will speak to you tomorrow, and you are faithfully to describe the dresses that I have told her you possess. Oh, I know you have not got 'em at all, but that does not matter. I will give you a list of them in the morning, and you are to hold to that list. But now, listen, this is the main point. At the same time you are to assure your aunt that Mrs. Priestley has made a mistake and put down someone else's dresses to you, for you are positive your bill is nearer £40 than 70. Then how in the world am I to pay the £30 to Mrs. Priestley? I am coming to that. There is a lovely necklace in one of those shops full of articles of virtu in the town. It is worth, I know for a fact, from £50 to £60, but I think your aunt could get it for 40. Now I want you to coax her to give it to you. Oh Annie, what is the use? Is it likely that Aunt Henrietta, when she is so furious with me about a bill at my dressmaker's, would spend £40 on one necklace just for me? She is absolutely certain to do it if you manage her rightly, and I will help you. The necklace is a great bargain even at £40. It is of real old pearls in a wonderful silver setting. Now a beautiful old necklace, once the property of a French marquise, which can be bought for £40 is a bargain. Lady Lushington loves making bargains. You must secure it. Well, Annie, even if I do get it, and I am sure I do not care a bit for the old thing at the present moment, what am I to do with it? You are a stupid, May, you really are. Your aunt, Lady Lushington, will go with you, and probably with me, to the shop. We must take her there early for fear that someone else snaps up the bargain. She will buy the necklace and give it to you. She will tell you to be careful of it, and then, according to her way, she will forget all about it. Yes, perhaps so, but still, I do not see daylight. Well, I do, said Annie. We will sell the necklace at another shop for £30, and send the money immediately to Mrs. Priestley. At the same time I will write her a long letter and tell her that she must take £30 off her bill, and apologize for having, owing to a press of customers, put someone else's account to yours. Thus all will be right. Your Aunt Henny will not object to paying £40 for your school dresses, so that will be settled, and we may be able to get a little more than £30 for the pearl necklace, and thus have some funds in hand towards Mrs. Littleton's Christmas school bill. Oh, said Mabel, it is awful, awful. Really, I sometimes think my head will give way under the strain. Of course it may succeed, but there are so many ifs. Suppose the man to whom we are selling the necklace shows it in his window the next day, what will Aunt Henrietta say then?